Episode 2 of this November 2025 Stationeers introduction, and we're continuing exactly where we left off. So last thing I did in a previous episode was trying to melt some of the oxide that I mined, because now that we have this little station box with a basic, very basic, we need to improve it, airlock, we want to give some, we want to, put some oxygen in here. But that didn't work out so well, because for every little step of melting this, I had to use the welding torch, which also pollutes the air a little bit and wastes gases. And I mean, I should also just do this during the day, During the day, we will have temperature in here of like 15 degrees if I open the doors or just break open a window. And then we have some good starting temperature to melt the stuff, because now it's negative temperatures.
Temperature low. Low pressure.
And the pressure is also low.
Critical.
So keep the helmet closed. So that's one thing I want to demonstrate, but eventually I also want to show how to get atmosphere from Mars, which is basically the same composition that we have here, almost, except we would have much less O2. So most of it would be CO2 and like 2% O2. And how do we filter that? Very simple. We use phase change. I would pump gas during the night at high pressure into a pipe and let it bleed out, because the CO2 would liquefy. I was talking about dioxide, about the phase change diagrams, the phase diagrams in the previous episode multiple times. So we can see here if the pressure is high enough, pressure is the vertical axis, and what you see down here is the pressure at the circle. I cannot control that, I can only move the mouse a little. If that is high enough, then the CO2 would become liquid. And so if I do that at night, Martian night, then that would bleed out the pipe, and so then if I install a passive liquid drain. Anyway, but we need to do a few other things first, because I basically have no resources yet. We have the autolathe that is printed, but what we do need to do anything meaningful in here is we need the electronics printer and the hydraulic pipe bender. I mean, I was talking about the printers in the previous episode. This is the one that you start with. This is the one that we need, for example, to make the advanced airlock chip, so that we can properly separate the atmosphere of Mars and of the room, because the current one only saves the room atmosphere, but when we're coming in, it will not evacuate the airlock, so there's always a little bit more Martian atmosphere when we enter, and that's ugly. And the hydraulic pipe bender is used, for example, to make the active vent, which is one part of the airlock, and we need a second one to make this advanced airlock. So these are the three printers we definitely need, and these are the ones that we need next. Ultimately, we will also make the tool manufactory, and I will most probably not make the rocket manufacturing in this playthrough. Maybe the security printer to print some mining charges, which I have here in my inventory and forgot to use last time. Then the automated oven, who knows, to make some food, but we don't need that. We also have a microwave. And the packaging machine is for making cans so that the food never spoils. So where are we? I smelted some, well, let's just use the airlock. Oh, I forgot. The airlock is currently not activated. I would have to assign the devices again. Not a problem, since I actually don't want to keep the atmosphere as it is in the station anyway. So let it all escape. Something more that we can melt? Yeah, I actually brought quite some copper. We have to take care of the power, of course, because this is currently all coming from this little battery here. And if need be, I just swapped it with this one, so it would then also come from this battery. We have two separate airlock cable networks. I mean, I talked about all that stuff in the previous episode, but maybe I should give a quick reintroduction. So skip the next few minutes if you have watched the previous one. So we landed in this capsule, used the arrow keys or Q to escape it, and then took the items that were in here, and then here that's the lander with the actual equipment, and then we pointed at the devices, at the crates, which gave us a tooltip telling us how to detach those, and then we did that with the tool belt here, which back then was still down here, but I swapped that with a mining belt from my inventory, because when I mine something, then having a mining belt here means it will be taken into your mining belt automatically instead of falling to the ground, whereas the tool belt doesn't have any benefit from being down here. So I used those tools, detached all of that, then I took out the from the building supplies the frames, placed the foundation, then I took from the building supplies the iron sheets and used my welder, my welding torch, to weld all of this 2 times so that it's hermetically sealed, this 1 time so that I could actually build on it. The sun is coming back, good morning. Day-night cycle is 20 minutes, which is the default for the game. I recommend actually cranking that up to like 200 minutes, for example, but the problem is that your plants will stay on 20-minute day-night cycle, so that's not something beginners should do. And I hate that the default day-night cycle is this damn hectic. Anyway, so I welded this, and then I carried everything onto the platform here, and then I built the walls, because that's the best way to go. Also, you have to consider at some point there will be storms, which will blow stuff away. Might actually blow my lander here away, and then my nice tracker that is in there. Wait, do I have where do I have the cartridges here in my locker? There's the network analyzer. Where's the tracking cartridge? Oh, it's my inventory. Never mind. So when that lander blows away, then I will no longer have this tracker. This direction. Here, this is pointing at the tracking beacon, which doesn't exist yet. Then we have myself. The distance is not so far because that's just me. And scrolling the mouse wheel again, we get this guy, which is called Home Sweet Home, because I renamed it to be that using the labeler, which I had also used to rename this door to Airlock, so that the text is written here. But, you know, let me show you something new. There is a beacon right here in the survival supplies. There's a small battery, but it lasts for almost an hour. So tracking beacon. Now if I turn this on, wait, no, getting my hands confused. There we go, tracking beacon, which I can also rename. What's with the music again? Come on, I tested this before the recording. So if this one will be blown away by storm, we still have this one. Of course, then we have to take care of the battery, and we have to turn it on. Yeah, devices you're holding in your hand, you can turn them on and off with the right mouse button. Like the tablet. But the most used cartridge is really the Atmos Analyzer. I don't need my mining pickaxe, never needed it. Except I did a playthrough on Mars once where I intentionally exploded my lander at the beginning, and everybody would then have been like, oh my god, what's going on? But that was all fake, because I had taken some essential supplies into my inventory and did a brutal start basically. That was even before the brutal starting conditions existed. Now they do, but this is not the ones we're using here. I'm using easy difficulty, which means, for example, that I can... Oh, I don't have that on me. That I can eat and drink with my helmet closed. So that's something I absolutely recommend for beginners. There, I just ate something. That is empty. Then get some more cereal bars from our cereal bag. You can see down here my current stats. My health is showing up, even though I apparently am at 100%, because I'm not quite at 100%. This represents organ damage. The only organ that can take damage currently, or is implemented, is the lungs. So that's what happened, and it was like minus 34 degrees when I had my helmet open for a while to demonstrate what that does, and we're still living with that, with the consequences of that action. Oh, by the way, we can see here that my waste tank is...
Waste tank critical. Waste tank caution.
is in caution state already, starting like about 3 megapascals. Once it reaches 4, I will no longer be able to get rid of my CO2 that I'm breathing out, because the pump is too weak for that, and then I have to empty it. So I click here, and then I click here. That will empty it or will equalize it with the atmosphere, and then automatically close it, so I don't need to do that myself. So all I need to do is click here, click there, emergency avoided. But I will lose the gas. But it's not important gas. I mean, that's the exact gas
Waste tank critical.
I have in the atmosphere here, almost, you know. The O2 concentration is higher, so that's a waste, but it's not really a loss. I'll survive it.
Waste tank caution.
Anyway, so let's melt some more stuff while we're at it, because we're still at the very beginning, so basically don't have any resources. And the resources that you mine, this is stuff that I mined, including the gas here, which is basically oxygen, it has to be melted first with the arc furnace, or with another furnace, but I have no other furnace available right now. And that is actually the thing I want to do now. Turn on the 3D printer, look for the furnace, and make it. Is that the first thing I want to do? Good question. Maybe I should improve the airlock first. Yeah, let's improve the airlock first. So, start with the hydraulic pipe bender. This we can see on the left side. On the right side we can see it costs us 20 iron, 2 gold and 10 copper. What we have is what we can see on the left side of the tooltip here. We have 40 grams of iron, we have 10 grams of gold, and we have 50 grams of copper. So I can print 2 of these. Do I want that? Definitely not. And since we are printing endlessly, you have to stop this thing in time, or you can just change the recipe and also go back, but then it will keep printing. Change the recipe, and then we'll stop printing after this one instance. Maybe some more cleanup? Yeah, these are the basic building materials that we start with. Later we will have better ones, but that is later. Flare gun, haha. Oh, I cannot shoot this? If the atmosphere would be combustible, if I had some volatiles here, this would certainly set it on fire. Yeah, I'm casting some shadows. This thing produces heat. It doesn't produce any gases or whatever, so it's completely clean. So if you want to heat up your station for whatever reason, I mean the main problem in Stationeers is cooling all the time. Heating is not really a problem. Then you can use these guys. Okay, it's printing the 3D printer. Let's prepare some more materials. And like after a minute or so that will be burnt up. Let's look again at the time bomb. At the beginning of the first episode I unwrapped this here, and we can see that it's cooling down. Okay, that's good. If it would be heating up, then the liquid H2O in here, the water, would become gaseous. Some of it is always gaseous, because for every gas in Stationeers, rule of thumb is, I mean, let's take water for example. If the pressure is very low, you know, the vertical axis down here, if the pressure is very low, then it will always be in gaseous form. Which means that if you have a pipe or other container with a liquid in it, then there will always be gas, because some of it will just turn into a gas. And that's the same in reality, I believe. There's the angstrom limit, but I don't actually know about that, so I don't want to give you false information. So if, for example, you have a pipe and you pump the gas out of the pipe, there is some tool for that. It's called the purge valve, part of the kit valve, which you can print with the atmospherics printer, the hydraulic pipe bender that I'm currently making. If you pump that out, the gas will be gone. And so more of the existing liquid will evaporate and will turn into a gas. But the consequence of that will be that it gets colder, because just like in reality, in Stationeers, if something evaporates, it cools. And if something is condensing into a liquid, then it heats up. I guess the phase change from liquid to ice also causes some thermal increase and vice versa, but that's not so much a concern, because once you're dealing with ice in pipes, you have quite different problems than the actual temperature. Yeah, let's right away make the electronics printer and set up the hydraulic pipe bender. I will do that here on the back side, because then no room is wasted. Remember, J is for jetpack. I changed that for me to shift, because since you can't run in this game, the shift key, which you associate with running, is free, so I think that's a very good thing. I had placed them so far away from the wall, because here I might later place a stacker, and so I can still pass. I would place the stacker in the air above here with some chutes, but then I can still walk past this. That's why I did this. So let's complete this then. What we need is, we need iron sheets and we need plastic sheets, because this is done in the exact same way as the other printers. Right. Yeah, well, you have to get used to the interface. It is quirky, but it makes the simulation more deeper. I mean, if you like immersion, and I do like that, because I have a 49-inch screen right in front of me, which I just touched by stretching out my arm, because that's how close it is. Because I like to be in the game world when I play. That's also why my field of view is so high. It is actually not high. It's exactly right for this effective screen size. I mean, actual screen size plus viewing distance. There's a hard rule to that. It's not non-negotiable, and also using the largest possible effective screen size. I don't need this actually. I'm not gonna logic control this. Is the way to go, because the purpose of this interface obviously is to replace your first-person human 3D vision with the game world. So the bigger the screen, the more right you are doing it. That's all there is to it. I can disconnect this also. And don't forget the auto-rotate key, which for me is R, for you it's C, I believe, but it's shown here in the tooltip. There. There it's shown. For me it's R. Okay, both of them are cabled up, but this one doesn't have any materials in it yet. So I would have to get them in there. Let's make an active vent, and that needs the classic starter materials: iron, gold, and copper. These consume a lot of power, so turn them off when you don't need them. I don't have extra materials, do I? I do, actually. I was fortunate enough to mine all of that in the previous episode. Which was the first one? Ooh, no. Yeah, you can throw stuff. Weakly or strongly. And then you can play a game. So now, well, let me just talk about the airlock again. The airlock is emergent, meaning the airlock is not a thing, a construction kit like, this is an airlock, put this together, then you will have an airlock. No. Though we landed with quasi a construction kit, because we landed with all the materials that we need, and also with an automatic airlock motherboard thingy that's built into this thing. So I placed the console, stuck the motherboard in, put some glass on it, now we have this. Then I stuck the disk in there, which means that we can configure it now. And I actually need to do this now still. And then I turned it on and configured it, then the airlock was assigned.
Power low.
We have two doors here, so the room can be closed, it can be evacuated with this pump, but this only evacuates it to the indoors, so the airlock currently can only do the following. I leave the station, the doors close, it pumps the gas from this room back into this room, into the station, so it's not getting lost, my valuable atmosphere. Then it opens the outer door. That's perfect. But when I enter, it closes the outer door, and then it will just open the. Then it will try to repressurize, but that's irrelevant. And then it will open the inner door. So we will always have some Martian atmosphere in here. And with this extra active vent, I should be able to avoid this. So I will place that here, and then I will place another passive vent on this side. I also need to cable that up. But, I mean, the current airlock chip that I have in there is just a basic airlock chip that came with a lander. To do what I really want here, I need to, I need the advanced airlock chip, and so I print that. You might think, hey, why do you not start with an advanced airlock chip? Well, you can ask that question in basically all directions.
Waste tank critical.
And then at some point wonder, why is there no game left for you to play? So this is the moment where I waste all this nice atmosphere, but at least my spacesuit is functional again. Alright, now let's set up the electronics printer. In the same way as in leave some room here. I think this thing which prints walls and such fits very well the tool printer, which is also printing, I don't know, it feels better to me. The hydraulic pipe bender and the electronics printer, they are very much related regarding the things that they print. And so, okay, some space here. That's good. So that's why I keep them, where are the building materials? Where I keep them together here. Yep. So let me just try to construct this thing as routinely as possible, so you can see what that would be like. Okay, so I placed it down. Now, right mouse button for teleporting stuff. You can also drag it, but that's tedious. It doesn't matter which hand it ends up in. Right mouse button, weld, swap with cables, swap back, swap this, swap this, construct it. And I mean, how often do you have to do this? I mean, there's only this many printers in the game. Of course you can install multiple instances, which makes sense, for example, for the auto lathe. And also, I mean, what am I doing? And also, why not, for example, make some kind of survival box? You can actually print a spawn, so if you die, you will reappear where that spawn exists. Let me just print that, because it's actually very cheap. Oh, we need some iron. I don't have iron. Oh. It's bothersome. Let's open this thing and turn it on, so the materials come out. And these two I will need anyway here to make the advanced airlock chip. Advanced circuit board. Oh, we need iron for that too? Ah, okay. Yeah. The sound is so muffled because the helmet is closed and the atmosphere's pressure is very low. On the moon we have no atmosphere, so you don't hear anything. So if there's a pipe creaking or if your furnace is screaming because it's about to explode, you don't even hear that. So that's one of the reasons why the moon... Oh, I need this on. Why the moon could be considered harder. And actually the developers recently, very recently, like 3-4 days ago, changed the moon to be indeed not the first world, but the second one, and also classified it as intermediary instead of beginner. So now we can make the advanced airlock, and then we will learn something about repressurization. Oh, what just happened? My machine just froze, which is exceptional. Is everything still recording here? Hello? Hello, are you recording? In the previous episode I already showed you how to set up the airlock so that it functions, so it's not a problem that I'm just continuing now here with the advanced airlock. Now you can swap those in place, that's nice. This one's basically garbage. There's a recycler in the game, but that's not for now. Let's not talk about all the things. So now I could set up the advanced airlock, and I actually will, because then we have proper But one thing, I want to get rid of all the atmosphere in here. I want to have a pure oxygen atmosphere. So I close this manually, then I turn this thing on, I click the intention button. This is intention, this is intention, all of this is intention. Here, filter off. I want to turn the filter off. My intention is to turn the filter off. Click. Now my intention is to turn the filter on. Click. Now the filter is on. And now I want to set this to inward, so I click the button that's saying set inward. I set this to inward. Inward means into the pipe network. And so. Now I'm sucking from this room, you can see the gas streaming. And it will take a while until it's empty because of the slow equalization that has to happen. But anyway, I mean, in which game can you actually walk around in a 3D first-person world and have an atmosphere that has temperature, that has pressure, that has various gases? And actually this game has in-world liquids. You can make a swimming pool, or you can make just a little glass box inside this room where you keep your water or whatever. You can do all of those things. In which game do you have that? I believe this is even the only one. And I'm convinced that Stationeers will be a spark that will cause other games to have atmospheric simulation, even though they don't need it. Just like Half-Life, for example, has Half-Life 2 had sophisticated physics. So we could stack things upon each other, and there were little physics puzzles in there, even though it was a shooter. And in the same way, if there would be atmospheric simulation in games like in Shooters, for example, that could also enrich the gameplay. For example, you have some firefight, you're hiding behind something, and someone though over there is shooting at your wall, and there's a plastic covering here, and that is actually set on fire. So there will be fire behind you, which will heat up the area where you are, the rest also, but only slowly spreading out. The entire room will get hotter during the firefight, so maybe everybody will have to leave. There will be possibly toxic fumes, and if you don't have a gas mask, you have to leave, or whatever, you know, stuff like that. Or maybe you walk over to your foes, you shoot one down, you take their gas mask, wear that yourself, and so forth. I mean, all of that potential exists. Or what if you shoot out a window and then there will suddenly be vacuum and they didn't bring breathing apparatus, but you did? Or what if there's a guard standing around a corner smoking a cigarette and you can smell that because the gas is actually spreading out and you're standing here and you can detect that? Would be cool if this gas detection device here would be part of the normal interface here, right? But all of that potential is on the horizon because this game already now exists. But it's basically a prototype for all the things that will come in gaming. And everybody should help lift us into that new world by boosting Stationeers, by playing it, by buying it, by making the community bigger. Okay, so now we have... what pressure do we have in here? As long as there's still gas in here, we will also keep that temperature, which is not realistic, but the game is simulating only this far, you know, there's some limitations ultimately. But okay, let me demonstrate exactly what I'm talking about here. We have a very, very, very low pressure. We have 12 pascals, that's basically nothing. Let's turn this off. Now I will drop down some oxide. Okay, too bad. The sun is shining in, so it is melting. But okay, so I don't have to melt it with my welding torch then. I mean, you turn the torch on, you point at the thing and you click the button. It's completely straightforward. It's relatively new. It's like 4 months old or so. And you can see that the temperature in here is rising. Why is that? Well, in part it's because the sun is shining in, because that's the thing. So if you don't have any windows, that will not happen, but windows, the sun shines in, and that grid field here, where the sun arrives, will cause heat, so it will spread out to others too, and so forth. So ultimately cooling is a problem. Would you kindly melt? Huh, well I have to kick in the ass a bit, huh? So now we have a temperature in here of 8 degrees already, because I mean, we on Earth, mankind is currently already building fusion reactors, still experimental. Excuse me, that's my chair. Experimental still, but it's happening, and they have millions of degrees Celsius in them. How do you have materials already that can withstand millions of degrees? Very simple. The pressure in there is very low, and so the actual thermal energy that the material is exposed to is very low, even though the wildness in which the individual particles are jittering about is extremely high, because that's the heat, you know. But we have very little gas in here, so it's no wonder this is heating up so quickly. The more gas we have in here, the slower that will happen. And now that we have more than, well, we have plus degrees in here, even though this ice will melt at 0 degrees, it will pull down the temperature, we will not reach actual 0. And so what we're getting in here now is, look at here, there's 89% oxygen, 22 kilopascals already, starting 20 kilopascals, pure oxygen, we can already breathe. And so we're at 90% here. In other words, I can open the helmet. Yeah, we're on Mars, and my helmet is open. What is that tweety sound? If this would be blinking red and would be tweeting low, which it's currently not, then this would mean that this is being discharged. But this currently means that the overall situation for the battery is that it's charging up. That's what that means. Okay, we have an atmosphere. We have some good pressure. Let's not waste all the oxide. I mean, I have demonstrated what I needed to demonstrate. I want to also do the phase change thing, where we get some oxygen from Mars directly, while at the same time filtering out the CO2 without using a filter. So that's something you should know. But okay, let's boot up the airlock. You will maybe notice that at the top here, as opposed to the simple airlock, we have these two values, the external and the internal repressurization values. I will set them to 0 and I will explain what that is and why I'm doing this. First of all, explosive decompression is if we have some gas here and we have no gas here, or vice versa. And then the door opens and then everything rushes over just like that, uncontrolled. But the simulation of that in this game is very limited, so there will be some things on the floor that might be moving a little bit and so forth. I would wish actually that it is much more explosive, so that people would be motivated not to do this. But currently there's basically no reason to not just always use explosive decompression, and that is what this is. Whether I'm using a manually programmed airlock or this pre-made airlock, which is a bit slower than, I mean, well, let me just show you something safe. Remember the classic terrain system? That's what this is. I just booted up an old version that I have on my hard disk, of course. And here I want to show you an airlock, like how fast it can be. La 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 la. Excuse me? Oh, that's awkward. Why is it not working? Yeah, I had loaded the wrong save game. It happens. So here's the airlock, and I walk in, and I walk out. Or I walk in, and I walk out. That's how fast it can be when it's programmed by yourself and when you're using the large powered vents. And here's another airlock I made. Here's the program. Here's the airlock, which has 4 sides, 1, 2, 3, and this side. All of which have their own atmosphere, yet it is separating them properly because of all this stuff here. Oh, look how fast I can fly. It's because I'm using the hard suit and have cranked up the power of the jetpack to maximum. Yeah, let's use that thing. So it's very fast, it properly separates 4 atmospheres, and it takes basically no space. I mean, look at this. And while we're at it, let me just show you this Europa base. And this is what the terrain looked like before. Oh my god, have we had it, are we having it good now? Here's a landing pad for traders. There's a small radio dish, there's also a medium one, and the large one is as big as the station basically. Well, not quite, but very big. You switch this stuff on, you switch this stuff on, you twiddle some knobs, and then you call someone down who lands here, then you talk with them with a menu interface and can buy and sell stuff. Here are some large batteries, yeah. Some wind turbines. My production system, which is very automatic. So it automatically turns on the stacker, which is connected via chutes. So if I go and say, let's produce some cables, then it will toss out individual cables, but they will all be stacked up there. So that's very convenient, instead of piling up garbage here, because that's what actually happens. If you just keep printing iron sheets or whatever, your station will fill up with that stuff. And then when I turn that off, it will turn that off also, and will spit it out. It's not what the stacker normally does, this is programmed. I have a computer here, where I have my various chips that I have programmed, and one of them is responsible for this stuff. Yeah, more manufactories. This is actually a bug in the game that they haven't fixed to this day, but in principle we have this is one of these diode slides that I explained at the end of the previous episode of episode 1, which can show you how, a progress bar basically. That's what this is, and I've colorized it to use these colors. I mean, one of them is red and the other is the one that you can define, and I combined 3 of them together with programming logic, so I have some very high resolution large progress bar, and this one shows I believe how much power I have in my station. My power reserves. Some advanced alloys, which require the advanced furnace, more printers, and there were some plants here, then they died, and this, I believe, is for a CO2 concentration display or whatever. I don't know what it was. Oh, and here we have the sensor lenses, which allow me to look through the soil, and so I can see the things that I can mine. Fe, ferrum, iron, for example. Au, aurum, gold. There's also another chip that allows you to see cables. Hey, maybe I can. Maybe do I have this here? I can show you that. Ah, there we go. There we have the celestial tracker. We can see the celestial bodies, which are actually out there. They're being simulated. They are not moving. This world is turning, obviously. I mean, they are moving, but the motion that we're seeing is not that motion. See also the sun. And then finally this one, which shows me the pipes and the cables. Cool thing to have. Yeah, some coal reserves, this stuff. And well, when I made this Europa station, the first thing I did... Oh, look, the light is turning on because it's night and there's automatic. The first thing I made was this back room here with a furnace. Oh, it's very cold. Maybe I should not do this, but don't worry. I have this heating system here, which has almost 400 degrees Celsius high pressure oxygen in this pipe, and it's cold too cold. That's why this thing is lit up, so that I'm alerted of this. Now it's no longer too cold, and this will turn off soon enough. Yeah, it has turned off. What is this? This is a an electric valve. What's the name again? I actually don't remember. Let's see. Valve, purge valve, pressure valve, digital valve. Yeah, it's a digital valve, so I can control it with a program. And these arrows just depict that it's opening in both sides simultaneously, and there's no way to change that. That's just the way it is. It opens the pipe. This doesn't mean that this pipe network on that pipe network will magically become the same. This one is number 108 whatever, and this one is unfathomable or different. It's a different one, 81 something. So there will still be some game tick delay between the two, for gas exchange, because see a pipe network like here, for example, up there, there's all one container. At the moment I pump some gas in here, it will immediately be over here because there's no flow simulation. It's just a container, and that is what you have to consider when you're wondering why is this thing happening so slowly and blah blah blah. So give the pipe more volume and don't separate the pipe networks if not necessary, stuff like that. But you know, that will come naturally over time. So when it's too cold in here, this thing will just open, and so the hot gas can stream into this pipe, and I can demonstrate that again by letting some incredible cold in. So here we have 400 degrees, but you see that it's jittering about. Why? Because it's being altered by the surrounding environment. The surrounding environment cools it down. Until eventually the electronic valve shuts down, and then the room and this pipe will just equalize because there's no more hot gas being allowed into this section. This should happen any moment now, I hope. Aha, here we go. Now you can see it's equalizing. Isn't it awesome to be able to play with this kind of stuff? And they gave us a game. It costs only like 33 bucks. That's 3 pizzas or whatever. And there are people who are complaining about the price. Those people are of course complete idiots, because I mean you easily get 30 hours of gameplay out of this one, easily, for one playthrough. I mean, it's like 50 hours or 60 or 70 if you want to go deep, and if you want to build rockets and really go fully sophisticated, you are easily over 100 hours. But this game has such incredible replay value. I mean, the price is low. Anyway, so here we have this pipe. What do I do for cooling, by the way? Well, kind of the same thing. The planet out there is Europa, you know, the moon, and it has minus 140 degrees Celsius. So up there I have a pipe opening. You already know the passive vent, but this up here is a pipe cowl, which is kind of the same thing. It just has less volume, so it cannot, the throughput is slower, which is also the creaking sound that you heard at the beginning here when I entered, because this airlock was built with an earlier version of Stationeers. And I have a pipe cowl there, but the cold gas that was piped out of this room when I entered was piped at such high pressure that the oxygen actually liquefied, and liquid damages pipes. If there would have been a passive vent that has much more volume, has more throughput, so that would not have liquefied, no damage. Anyway, so I'm letting that in, so this pipe is super cold, and as you can see it looks a bit cushioned, you know, and that's because it's an insulated pipe. It doesn't exchange thermal energy with the station. I mean, it is saying here convection, but that may be, I don't know why that is, honestly. Maybe it's because of the pipe cowl out there. Doesn't matter. So, and here I have another electronic valve, and that opens to this pipe, which you see is a bit longer, because the pressure is very low out there, and so if I want to cool the station I need to, you know, kick it in the balls a bit more. So we have these convection radiators and a longer pipe, and for cooling I will just let some planetary atmosphere. Yep. But how do I get the heat in this nice hot pipe that is going across these multiple rooms of my station, which are separate from each other otherwise? I have this room here, and it works like this, automatically. Combustible gas is being pumped into that room. Don't worry about that, it's just a visualization glitch. And it will be set on fire, and you can see there are more pipes in there with convection radiators, so the pipe is heated up by that. Why is it not as hot as it was before? Something's weird here. Come on. Well, it is heating up, but not as much as I would expect. I'm a bit confused here. I don't know what's happening right now, but I mean, you can tell that it works because, well, for example, it's heating up, Well, it's tons of gas. Look at this. We have 4,000 moles of O2 in there. For comparison, do we still have some gas tank here? The oxygen gas tank. Do I still have that somewhere? I should. Yeah, it's a bit hectic, but I mean, I'm looking around, so that requires me to move the mouse, right? I don't know where it is. Did I dismantle that or something? I don't know. Anyway, so that if this pipe goes below a certain temperature, then this room will just keep firing up, and you know, and this guy is just sparking, and I just let it constantly run because it doesn't cost any electricity or whatever. Here we have an automatic oxygen canister refiller, like you already saw it, only this implementation is a different one, which is faster. Let me just demonstrate how much faster that would be.
Air tank low. Air tank critical.
There we go. Possibly polluted it now, I'm not sure. This is...
Air tank critical.
Yeah, this is not one that would actually empty first. So what's happening here? We have... I mean, I can explain a few things in the meantime, right? Before we return to the tedious beginning of the game, where we're trying to get a foothold. I don't want to bore you, you know? So let's show you this advanced stuff, why not? So here we have a filtration device. This is built from the kit Atmospherics. As you know, that the game has kits from which you build, for example, the walls, and the walls that you build from that thing, they are the structures. And the thing you saw in front of you is the structure of filtration. What? Atmospherics. Where's the kit Atmospherics? I can't find it. Well, then I will just look for the filtration. There's the filtration device. Then I can click on kit Atmospherics, and here we go. And that thing is basically omnipotent, you know. Here we have the air conditioner. The filtration is the one I'm going to show you soon, which is, you know, it's pumping, you hear it. There's the electrolyzer, which turns water into pure fuel gas. Then here we have the H2 combustor, which turns fuel gas into water that is like 2000 degrees hot steam and some pollutants, so you have to cool it down and filter it, but then you get water. And that's how you do it on Vulcan, because half of the atmosphere is volatiles, which burn with oxygen, but there's no oxygen. Well, there's a lot of CO2. So what you have to do there is you have to build a greenhouse which converts CO2 to oxygen. Then you have oxygen and volatiles. You combine the two to water with this thing, then you have to cool that down. That water is very hot, so cooling is a concern, and so forth. The nitrolyzer combines nitrogen and oxygen to N2O, so you can manufacture that essential part of rocket fuel also, which you can also find in ISIS. You know, not on Vulcan, which doesn't have ice, it's too hot. Yeah. And so here we have the filtration unit, which is now still on, but it has powered down because it has a mode logic value, which allows to say, okay, you are on, but you're not doing stuff. By default, that though will do stuff, so it's not like you have to program that by default. There's a chip in there which controls it. I could have placed the chip somewhere else. It doesn't matter that it's in there, but it's very convenient that it's in there. And the other atmospherics kit units also have a chip housing in there. Because this doesn't consume any additional electricity, whereas the I believe there's one below the floor here, whereas these ones do consume 50 watts, and that's power you would like to save, right? I mean, not on this station because I don't quite care anymore about power usage, but in principle. So you can also, I mean, you can, this thing has a bunch of logic values. You can just read out what's the pressure on this side, which is the input side. That's where the gas comes in, and I just slapped a passive vent here. I could have put an active vent here, except not here, because it's a device, like I explained in the previous episode. Those need to be kept separate. So I would have to put it here, for example, and then a pipe in between, because the active vent could pump the gas in there, and the pressure differential would make this thing much more powerful, much faster. And then we have filters here, and that's the gas that I want. only putting one in here is fine too. And what the gas that I want, as defined here, could also be two different ones, and I will get both those gases, will be pumped straight through to this side. So here I get oxygen, and all the gas that's coming in here that is not defined by a filter, I mean, for example, when you don't have any filters in here, will come out here. This is the secondary opening. So that's how this thing works, and you can just read out logically what the pressure is here, pressure is here, pressure is here. You can read the gas composition. You can also
Filter low.
read out whether the filters are low. God damn it, what just happened? Then I can also, this here is it can read out whether this is open. You can even program this value too, so I can flip this on and off if I want an alert value. Hey, change my filters, man. Yeah. So I use this to put, well, there's now some pollutant in there. Basically, it's no longer pure oxygen, but you can do this better. This is just an example. 40 megapascals. You know, at 50 megapascals roughly, they start moaning the pipes, and at 60 megapascals, they start bursting. So 40 megapascals is reasonable. Very high, but reasonable. So I have this thing in here. What is that? That's an inline tank, which is a part of the kit pipe utilities, and that has this thing here, where you can put in canisters, has this thing here, and also has the smaller variant of this. And what is that? That is basically just a pipe, except this has a ton more volume. And so this is still the same pipe network, you know, it's just one big volume, where gas is transferred very quickly. But this allows me to have more gas in there. And we have, I mean, 4,000 moles of gas in there. And lots of O2, basically it's meant to be only O2. And because that is such a high pressure, this, what is that, a pressure regulator, which I've set to a certain level, will fill its gas in here, and here we can see how full that is. This one doesn't consume any power. That's nice, huh? And I can also use some levers here to change the functionality of this thing. I can say pump it out there if I have some poisonous gas that I want to get rid of. I can pump this one empty because there is some means to do that somewhere. I don't know where exactly right now. Cool, huh? And that's the stuff they can build in this game, and all of that is meaningful. Oh, look here, we have the
Hydration critical.
where is that? Here we can see a wireless battery. There are different types, different scales of these. This is the big one, and this thing powers it. The further away I am from it, the weaker that effect will be until it's no longer there, which is why I have multiple of these in my station. I even have multiple furnaces. This is the one that I started with and actually used to heat up the room, and when it was warm enough, I just opened this door basically not at all. Instead, I opened that door in there, and also over here we have an electric door, like you know them already, and I programmed this one with a chip to automatically open if the pressure in this room, by means of heat, was too high. I didn't want to blow out the walls, and so actually I think I have blown out this. Can you see that? The ceiling is open. Yeah, and here we have the advanced furnace. It's a bit hot in here, but not a problem for this suit. With this, okay, here is my exhaust. That's why that goes away. And I don't know what that's good for exactly. Might be to heat some other stuff up, or maybe I can pump some CO2 from here because there's a lot of CO2 waste gas always. And this is where I pump my fuel in, and that fuel I make over there. This is my fuel tank, and I pump that over here. And now let's explode the station and return to let's explode the station. So I pump this thing full of fuel. I mean, like, really a lot of it, like a gigaton of it, and you can also empty it very easily by just turning this wheel, very useful. And now let's ignite it.
Ignition critical. Health critical. Suit damage. Suit critical. Pressure critical.
You are dead.
Critical.
And when you respawn in this difficulty mode, then you will respawn naked. Oh. I don't know why I'm actually not currently... Is this easy mode? Have I played this on easy or what's happening? I'm pretty sure I played this on Stationeer difficulty. I don't know, it's a long history. Maybe I changed it when I made this 4-side airlock for some video demonstration or whatever, I don't know. I can't even walk here because the pressure in the atmosphere around me is so high, it pushes me back. Maybe I should avoid speaking so loudly, this overdrives the microphone. I know the technology takes care of it. You can still hear me just fine, right? Anyway, let's return to the playthrough. And we're back. What's happening here? I guess this guy is being discharged and charged, and it can't make up its mind because the sun's angle is changing or whatever. Let's just swap that with my own battery. For it is empty. Anyway, so now we have seen some airlock variants. Oh, I didn't place the microphone correctly. That should be better. So, repressurization, that is something that takes a very long time if the airlock is not set up correctly. But, so I can just set that to 0. Now let's assign all those devices. Active vent exterior. See, now we have the same problem that we had in the previous episode with the doors. We have that also with the active vents, because we have to assign the one that's to be exterior and the one that is supposed to be interior. The first one we assign though is the exterior, which one ever that will be. Let's see. This one is currently locked, cannot interact with it. And this one is not currently locked, so I used the right one. As I already shown, you can rename devices, so then that would show up with the respective name here. For example, airlock is the name of the interior door, composite door is still the default name of the outer door. So there's multiple ways for you to pick the right stuff. This one is locked, pumps towards exterior, and so the exterior is selected correctly. The other one must therefore be the interior. Gas sensor, there's no doubts about that one. And then here, this is the one that you need to select. This will then be shown in red because it's locked. The other one not. So another way for you to find out. Or what am I saying? Another way. Here the tooltip is saying it's currently disabled, and the other way is to look at the color instead of the tooltip. Okay, now let's remove this and turn off that, which we never need again. And then enjoy our nice, fully working, fast airlock. And now let's go inside so that we can experience the new thing, which is faster cycling and pumping to the outside. Now we have a proper airlock, and it was not so hard to set up, right? I mean, of course, tossing lots of stuff at you that you haven't seen before. For example, right now my helmet is on. That is, I mean, the visualization. You can we see that somewhere on screen here? It's actually very hard to see. I don't know why that was so much more visible just there. Anyway, you can just turn that on and off here. First person helmet. I would just want to turn that on to see what that's like. And another thing, in the advanced video settings you have the lens flares. You should keep those on because they will also make the sun visible or invisible, which is pretty retarded if you ask me, but okay. So I'm tossing so many things at you at once, but ultimately that is a pretty routine task. You know, come in, make some thingies, build the airlock, and now those are just the first steps. I mean, you have seen how far this game goes. I showed you the Europa base in the previous episode and the other Europa base in this episode. Could also show you my Vulcan base, which is very elaborate. Anyway, so I had printed this respawn point. And now I again have a kit, and I can choose how I use this. For example, as a thing on the floor, or as a big thing on the floor, that if there's a wall placed on the floor for decoration purposes, then this will stick out, and this one will not stick out, still be functional. Yeah, that's what we have here. And I will just place that here, because here it is basically not in the way, and is also closest to all the business. Ah, yeah, right. I have to use left mouse button to set spawn button. Now it's done. I thought it was the right one. Okay. What's the next steps then? I would like. Oh, nice. Would be nice to have some light in here, right? But for that we need power. And power easy to come by with this coal burner, but hard to store because these batteries are so small. Also, we are wasting so much power. This thing, like I explained at length in the previous episode, outputs 20 kilowatts. These cables can survive only 5 kilowatts, which is fine because currently the load is still way below 5 kilowatts. So we're having this 1000 watt charger, this 1000 watt charger, this 400 and 400 watts charger, if there's some battery in there that is to be charged, I mean. So we would charge with like less than 3000 watts. But then still 17,000 watts are just being blown into the air for no reason. But we can make use of all of that if you use a station battery. Problem is the station battery, which can take the full capacity, also needs a heavy cable, because else the cable will blow. So let's do one of the first things that we should do when it comes to cable overloading: make a fuse. I'm sorry, I'm a bit, I have a cold or something. A bit weird one, it's just weaker this time and than I know it. But okay. I will just put this thing here. Oh! Do you see outside? A storm! The storm has arrived, which prompts me to use the tracker and wonder what is happening to my lander. Home Sweet Home is still standing there? It's not being blown away? Oh yeah, I think that's a matter of difficulty setting. Save. So the easy difficulty, you can see that weather damage to lander is disabled. I could have shown you all this stuff at the beginning, but then in your head you wouldn't yet have the rooms to put the furniture in. Now you do. And in the same way you have to think about this video. I mean, basically you have to watch the previous one and this one a second time and a third time and give me all the views. I mean, to digest all of that knowledge, because you build your little house and then the rooms in there and then you put the furniture in and then you put the things into the drawers, because your head just can't digest all of that. But now is the time to talk about it. So weather damage to lander is disabled. Good, so it doesn't fly away and it's not being damaged. The calm weather period before a storm starts is 1.5 times. I believe that period is usually like 9 to 13 days, randomly chosen, and so this was 1.5 times that. Metabolism rate, like how fast you use up your water and your food that you have eaten and drank, is halved. Food decay rate, when you have some potatoes lying around, is halved. And by the way, on creative it is off. I was wondering in the previous episode why there was no display of how long the potatoes would live, and thought it was a bug. It wasn't. It was in that scene where I had that experience, I was in creative mode. Anyway, so easy mode, calm weather period, metabolism, food decay, mining yield times 2, so we get more out of our mining drill. Lung damage rate 8%. Oh, whoa, 8% only? Imagine, I mean, I had my helmet open for like 10-15 seconds at minus 35 degrees, and still the lungs are damaged. So normally that's much more drastic. It's a bit ridiculous that the game damages your lungs at minus 30 degrees, right? But okay, that's game balancing, that's simulation. I mean, you know, a Mars, for example, is balanced to have minus 50 degrees or minus 45 at night for multiple reasons. For example, the phase change, and all that complexity comes together to force the developers then to make choices as to when the lung damage should start, so that you have a full Stationeers experience, for example, already on a starter world like Mars. See how that works. Here we can see the temperature range and the pressure, which changes depending on weather and day and night. Dust storms. Normal difficulty. Eating and drinking through helmet is no longer possible. Weather damage to lander is enabled, so it would blow away and will also be damaged. Metabolism is just enabled. I mean, I don't know why they mentioned this here. Lung damage enabled, so that's 100% lung damage then. And offline metabolism rate is 10%. So if you would be multiplayering and you would just be standing about. If you have no connection, you would still be digesting food and eventually die. However, you can lie down in a sleeper where you can stay forever, if there's not some stupid troll around. I mean, this game is ideal for trolling. In other words, this game brings out the worst in people. And the people love to bring out their worst, don't they? But multiplayer is otherwise a great experience. I mean, just protect your servers with a password, you know? Say, settings, multiplayer, server name, whatever you want to set it. Host server would mean that it is that you're actually hosting, that someone could connect. And advertise would mean it shows up in the server list. And then you set a password that you will only give those certain people. And if I say join world, then we will see that here. Though, look at that. I guess someone had some experience with griefers, huh? Oh, what is this? Fuck you, Miko. If I hide the password protected ones, only some few ones remain. Hide empty servers, then only we have these ones. Incompatible versions, then nothing, because I'm using a beta version. Porno, what kind of name is that? So that was the normal difficulty. The hard difficulty, eating and drinking still disabled. Of course, weather damage until render rate 2. You will have faster nutrition and hydration rate. Breathing will be ×2, so you blow through your oxygen faster. If you play the robot, the battery rate is ×1.5. The robot only needs power, but it absolutely needs that. Mood reduction rate, okay, who cares really? Hygiene, who gives a fuck? This is sadly a very underdeveloped part of the game. Jetpack consumption rate ×5. Lung damage rate ×4. Offline metabolism 100%, so you better lie down in a sleep or good night. So let's return. So now that we have the airlock and an atmosphere, I guess the next thing I would want to do is create the furnace so that we can make steel, which is needed for the battery. Oh look, the storm is still going. Let's go outside and experience it a bit. I will now jump up. Here you see what happens. Now I will use the jetpack. And I'm still drifting, but I can turn the thrust of my jetpack up to maximum. The thrust is shown over here. Now I will go back to this place, press shift or J in your case, to use the jetpack. Aha, we are resisting the storm. See how that works. And in other words, if you want to make a very slowly accelerated, slowly decelerating, sweeping camera recording, turn that to minimum. Yep. Yeah, you can't see much. And during the day, that would be pretty cool during the day, when you see the sun shining through. Oh, actually, currently I don't know where the station is. Ah, here it is. See, you have to be prepared for that. You can make a weather station that warns you, and you can even program it to warn you then electronically. Nope. So next thing to print, the furnace. What do we need for that? Lots of iron, I assume. Fuzz furnace. Oh right, fuzz. I need to show you the fuzz still. The fuse. Furnace. 30 iron and 10 copper. Do we have that? We have 10 copper. And about the iron? 31 iron. Hello. What am I doing? I should breathe. By the way, just opening the helmet will not necessarily stop your oxygen from being used. Depends on, I guess, the pressure settings in your suit and the temperature settings. For example, let me just go and say I want the temperature in my suit to be lower. We have 2 degrees currently in the station. If I turn the temperature down, I cannot currently see where the temperature is set. I have to close the helmet for that, which is definitely a bit stupid. But let's set it to... oh, low, 0 is the lowest. Now I open the helmet, and you might see that the air tank is now being used because it is trying to cool me down to the set temperature. But no, it's not actually happening. Okay. Okay, so let's print the furnace then, which will take a while. I don't need to switch to a different recipe because I can only print one. So okay, a fuse. I am pressing the right mouse button as per usual to build, and then I have a 1 kilowatt fuse, or a 5 kilowatt fuse, which is the one I want to use here because the cable can take 5 kilowatts, and 50 kilowatts, and 100 kilowatts. So if you want to protect a heavy cable, you use this one, and a weak cable, a standard cable, you use this one. So what would happen now if I pump in 20 kilowatts from here, and if the battery, if the station battery would be connected on this side, not on this side of the cable, then the fuse would blow, and then the load of the cable network would be lower because all that load is connected here. If you place that in the wrong place, then the fuse doesn't help you. What is the purpose of the fuse? Well, random cable segments will blow. For example, this one, or this one, and this one, and eventually one that is relevant for the load. But with a fuse you can guarantee that this one will blow. And if you place strategically, like this here, then you can guarantee that this one will blow and none other. That's why I placed this. So much for fuses. Okay, the furnace I want to build outside, of course, because it's a heat-leaking beast. And normally you want to build that further away from your station as a beginner, but I can guarantee that my furnace will not explode because I know how to handle it. So I will build it close to the station for convenience. For that I will need some fuel gas. Actually I could have brought some volatiles. I mean, I already have the Oxite. Fuel gas is 2/3. Let's just look at it. This is the tracker. There is the thing from which we built the furnace. So here's our fuel gas, 2/3 volatiles, 1/3 oxygen. Again, on the left top you see F1, so press F1 and go to the home page, and you can pause the game. Then here we see all the gases, for example, volatiles, their phase change diagram. If you wish, then it's no longer logarithmic scale, though the logarithmic scale is the most useful one to really grasp what's going on here, and so forth and so on. So 2/3 of it are volatiles and 1/3 of it are oxygen. So if I use 2/3 of volatile ice that I find in the world and 1/3 of oxide, that happens to work out almost correctly. And also, apart from the fact that there's some nitrogen here in the oxide, you can tell that here in the station we have 10% nitrogen. Where's that coming from? Well, from the oxide that I melted here. And why is the oxygen not at 90% then? Well, first of all, there was still some trace gases in here when I filled up the station by melting the ice. And second of all, I am breathing. That's what's happening. Okay, to set up the furnace, I will need some iron sheets. Do I have those still? Yes, 6. That's not too many. Let's make some more sheets. And then, of course, I have to go mining again. But, you know what? Since you have now understood how this works with the mining, I will now resort to cheating when it comes to getting resources. Because, I mean, this is not about demonstrating to you that I can do a playthrough. I mean, this is even easy difficulty. This is about explaining stuff to you, so why should I waste your time showing you for the 3rd time how mining looks like? Except one thing, maybe I should do one more mining run to demonstrate the mining charges. Alright, let's do that then. But in principle I can just spawn in, and I don't have to do that with creative mode. I can also use different means, but I guess I'm not gonna show that to you now to not tempt you, Frodo. Frodo. I'm a bit unsure what the next step would be. Should I set up the furnace right now? I could, but it would need some gas in it, either here from, sorry, from our fuel tank. Oh, it's day. Let's witness the storm from outside when it's daytime. Ah, that was unfortunate timing. Damn it. So I need some fuel gas in the furnace, which I can get in there by tossing in some oxide and volatiles, or by just connecting, for example, a pipe utility thing. I can print one if I had the resources. And yeah, see, the furnace doesn't live off of fuel gas. That's not how that works. The furnace just needs heat in it. You can basically pump in oxygen or nitrogen or whatever if it's just hot enough. It's just about the heat. The heat is the only reason. The heat is the only thing that you need there. So, the furnace. Look at this. It looks like a very complex device, and it kinda is. And you have to learn to operate it. But it's not that bad. Okay, so on one side we will have the... I'd rather turn that on the side, because it's easier to use like this, I think. Okay. You can also build it closer to the wall so that it tosses its results into the station, but I don't want it sheet. Apart from the tedious mining stuff, due to explanation. Alright, I need a wrench first, it's even telling me that in the tooltip. Now the furnace is built. This is the furnace. Okay, let's... the basic operation is, when this thing is hot, you toss in the materials that you need for the mix. You wait until all of it has been melted. You can see what is happening here. And when that has the right temperature and the right pressure and the right mixture, then this lamp will be green, and you will also see what it would produce. And then you flip this lever to get the results. And only that will come out, not any gas or whatever, you know? And here you can see what the pressure and temperature is. And if the pressure gets up to 60 megapascals, it's time to reload your safe game. Here we have the output line, which is closed, as long as there's no pipe or valve on there, or pipe cowl and such. And here we can pipe in some gas, which I rarely do. And this one I've never used. This is for liquids. You can let out liquids, I guess. Maybe I should try that actually in my Europa playthrough, where I do have a problem with liquid buildup. So now we have to get some fuel in there. I think we should go mining again, so that we can use the mining charges, get some volatiles that we need for that process, and so that you see one more time the mining, because in this episode we didn't have that yet, I think. Is this my current mining belt? It is. Okay. Charging up, that's good. Maybe I want to swap my batteries, so both of these batteries are less full, so that they benefit mutually from the sun. And to boost that effect even further, and also this thing is consuming 10 watts the whole time, so you should turn that off otherwise. And also get some more copper. Let's melt it. Turn off the light. And benefit from the far side that we have here. That is silicon. That is iron. We need iron. That is water ice. That's not so bad to have, though we don't need it right now. Coal, copper. What am I even looking for? Volatiles, actually. This that stuff is pink. Do we not have volatiles here on... Oh, there it is. There we have some volatiles. Make sure that you don't fall too fast, because that damages your suit. Volatiles, when you find them somewhere on a world, and they're easy to find normally, are usually they yield usually a lot. So it's not like you have to mine 20 of these to get a little bit into your mining belt. Now we already have a full stack, and that's way more than we need for the furnace operations that I have planned. Right, I wanted to show you the mining charges. Let's do that then. So I take them into my hand, press the right mouse button, which arms it and drops it. Where is it? I can't see it. Oh, it fell down, whatever. Now these are all lying on the ground, and as long as there's no sun coming in or no warm atmosphere, they will be fine. But once the atmosphere is warm, oh, that happens, and they start to melt. And they're having a party up there, I guess. I would like to mine more stuff, but I can't afford any. I don't have any more space. I think the most urgent thing that we need is iron, because we have none of that left. Hey, I'm on Mars, and I'm surviving. Yeah. Considering how much time I wasted here on the easy mode, I'm sure you'll cope. Of course, you shouldn't play this game with the goal of surviving in your first playthrough, because this is certainly one of those games, and I must say, I do miss it. I wish I could forget everything that I know about this game. The learning experience is unique. It's wonderful, and it's too bad that I can't have that anymore. It's over, basically. I mean, I still have to tackle rockets and need to do more with phase change, and I haven't yet survived Venus on hard. Actually, have I played Venus at all yet without cheating? I'm not sure. Anyway, so if I want to make steel, I need to mix iron with coal. I know that we have some coal, but I wanna get some more of it. I need to tackle a few things right now. One moment, please. That we can use for smelting. That I want to melt too. I have coal. And it's night again already, goddammit. Oh, what you can do, but shouldn't, is I just tossed that thing in my hand through the wall, or in this case a door. That's cheating, you shouldn't do that. The game should prohibit it, of course, and it's sad that it doesn't. But that's just the way it is. Yeah, direction in which I would have to go is not minus 36 degrees Celsius, but 39 degrees. So here we'd have some coal, but I'm rather looking for iron. It's not that I don't have enough iron to smelt now, but I want to be more efficient about it, so I want to make more steel at the same time. I mean, once you're deeper in the game, what you will do probably is that you will make an entire mining backpack full of the steel mixture that you need for steel, and then just toss the entire mining backpack into the furnace, because that works. It doesn't disturb the mixture in the furnace when there's also a little mining backpack in there. See, those guys are fun. Fastest way to mine. Explosives. And these guys are very easy, very cheap to print. You need the security printer for that, though. Yeah, that's definitely enough to make steel. Oh, there's more? Hello? Ah, crap, I cannot take anything more with me. I would like to get some more coal, though, so we can immediately make really a ton of steel. That would be cool, to make a lot of it. What was the direction again? 36 degrees. Oh, there it is. There's the station. And I think we had coal somewhere on the way. Like here, maybe. Silicon for plastics. That is nickel, also very useful, but not yet. I thought we had some coal nearby. Oh, there it is. Hands free. Let's do that then. Let's use a mining charge. Right here at the station, why not?
Cognition critical.
So that's what happens when you're directly at the explosion. And actually, I thought I had read that you don't actually die from these, that you only go unconscious, and that's also what I told you in the previous episode, I think. That was unexpected.
Critical. Power critical. Air tank critical.
So we have multiple little things going on here right now. One is, I unexpectedly died. That's fine, because I'm just explaining stuff to you. I would normally not act like this. And neither should you. So, I now respawned with a completely new suit and completely new equipment, all of it. And so that's what you will have then in the beginning also, when you die a few times. I will just, I wish I could just teleport myself in there, because now I have to TDC swap everything. What's happening? Okay, the body decayed. Here we go. Human skeleton, owner of the place. And later I believe that we will only have a skull and the rest will be gone. Huh. That's wicked. Okay. Is the uniform gone? Interesting, I never thought about that. The uniform is no longer here. So when your body decays, if you have something very valuable in your uniform, that's gone then. Yeah. Basically, I can just swap the two. and also swap the suit. So everything is like it was. The helmet doesn't have any internal values or whatever. It can be damaged, but that was not the case, so it should make a difference. One thing though, we have a mining belt and a tool belt still to swap. Yeah, there it is. Human skull, owner of the place. Learning trophy. Or should we smelt it? Reminds me of that one Cap Future episode where they needed calcium and the human thought, well, bones have that, and entered the machine. Okay, so everything is like it was, and we have a bunch of this stuff. And a bunch of that stuff. Am I missing something still? Tool, but I want to leave that stuff down here because I mean, this death was unplanned, and I don't want to build on it. So still my materials, my tablet with the Atmos, yep, and all of that stuff. So let's make some steel then. I need some space here, but I can just let's just toss some stuff down. And this guy shut down. Okay, so how do we make steel? Steel is the easiest thing to make. Maybe that is the reason that when you look at the ingots, because that's what we're talking about now, why the ingots are why the simple ones that you make with the arc furnace all look the same, and the first advanced one, the actual alloys, the first one that we make, ingot steel, is still looking like these ones. Maybe that's, I don't know, maybe it's just historic, or maybe they just ran out of shades of grey or whatever. And for this one, for this advanced stuff, you need the advanced furnace. It doesn't matter how precisely correctly you get everything with this furnace, which you can, you need the advanced one, else you cannot bring together the 3 components. This one is only for 2 components. And this only for just the arc furnace. But you can, the advanced furnace, which makes these, can also make these, and can also make these. So the advanced furnace is really what you want. But how do we make steel? Well, click on the ingot steel, and then we will be told. Up here you have to be careful with these texts, they're human written, but everything below here, that is all coming straight from the simulation, and therefore it is true. These values are the same values that the game uses. They don't happen to be the same, they are those values. So it's unfortunate that it tells us here that the advanced furnace is required. I mean, I'm saying it's unfortunate that this is sorted like this. But here we have the furnace, so we can only make that, also make that with the furnace, yeah. I don't know why it's saying tier 1. Maybe they at some point had plans that you can upgrade these. The only thing that you can upgrade is the manufactories to level 2, or to tier 2. Wait, tier? It's tier, right? It's tier. Yeah, that's. I had the discussion at the office recently. I need to relearn that tier, not tire. Tier 1, tier 2. Yep, my mistake. Yeah, it happens. It's not my language. Okay, so that's what you need, and then it tells us what could affect that. So if you have the furnace tier 1, we toss in steel, and what we get out is steel, because we're asking currently, what do we need to get steel? You might ask yourself, what is this good for? Well, you have to remember, this is not information necessarily printed for you. This is just all the information the game has about this. And the game knows if you go and toss steel into the furnace, what shall the game do then? Well, it should toss out steel. Why should the steel go away? That is why that is here. Okay, then here we have iron and hydrocarbon. That is the stuff that you need. And you can get that, for example, from tossing in iron ore. And hydrocarbon, you can get that from tossing in coal. So long story short, you can toss in 3 iron and 1 coal, and you get steel. Except, there's one little problem. The furnace has to be hot. How hot? At least 627 degrees Celsius, which is easy to achieve, you would see. Or at least 900K. I mean, when dealing with a furnace, it's more straightforward to just think about Kelvin most of the time. Because the numbers are so and so forth. And what's the maximum temperature for this mixture to work? 100,000 Kelvin. In other words, doesn't matter. That's what that means. The same you can see here for pressure. 1 megapascals, that's the minimum pressure, so 1000 kilopascals, so 10 times the pressure that we have set in our suit. 2 doesn't matter. This means doesn't matter, because you're never gonna reach this anyway. And this is the minimum. So that's why steel is easiest to make. Now let's demonstrate that by making steel. Currently it's night out, so I click here with the mouse pointer, left alt for mouse pointer as per usual, on these 2 things. And then I can click on the volatiles, there, and there again, and then I can toss that in here. However, and then I have to press this button which ignites the furnace, but why is it not burning yet? Why is that still at 0? Because there is not yet any reagent in there that allows the volatiles to burn. It needs oxygen. Anyway, during the day, if you split ices into your hand, the sun will melt it. But there's a way to avoid that. You can occupy your hands, and you can stand at an angle to the furnace, and then you can split whatever you need to split. That will then fall into the world in front of you, so you shouldn't do that like this, that might should damage your suit. Also not like this, I would say just like this. Easy peasy. Normally you stand on the same level, but you just saw it also works like this. Okay, now we have 2 volatiles in there, 1 oxide. Let's see what would happen. Let's look at this. It doesn't yet have the oxide in there, because I didn't yet press the ignite button again for that to melt in there. Ah, see, we already have over a megapascal, and we already have 1500 degrees Celsius. Well, that's the furnace for you. And it is still burning through the oxygen and volatiles. It will just combine the 2-to-1 relationship until it is used up, and then whatever remains, remains. That is why your station atmosphere can burn even if there's very, very little volatiles in there, but then the fire will of course be relatively harmless. And that can actually be reasonably used to heat up your station. On Europa, for example, toss down 3 or 4 volatiles in such a room, set them on fire, then use the portable scrubber, which is part of your landing gear, to get rid of the pollutant, and you will no longer have minus 140 degrees, but you will now have about 25 to 30 degrees, and you will have lots of CO2 and lots of oxygen, of course, because oxygen is what you started with at minus 140 degrees. That is reasonable to do. Anyway, so the temperature is now falling quickly, and it is it's relatively cold out here, and this furnace is really an extreme heat beater. Look at this. 750 joules convected, and also 90,000 joules radiated away. Kilojoules. So can we melt steel with this? Probably not. But let's put the ingredients in. Look here, it is melting that. And if while it's still melting, quickly look up here. Ah, it's closed. Because if it would be open, then after melting whatever was just tossed in there, it would toss out the content, and that's not what we want right now. Iron, okay. And why was the button green? It's no longer green because it's too cold already. The furnace is already too cold. Ah, come on, not this music. Yeah, it's cooling down quickly. We need to heat it up further. So let's put some more volatiles and oxide in it then. Well, the way I'm using the furnace currently is dangerous because I currently don't yet have a way to vent this thing, because there's no pipe connected yet with a valve. But anyway, why is it green now? We don't have steel yet. We don't have the mixer for steel, but we have the mixer for iron. You can see that here will produce 50-gram ingot of iron. So if you want to smelt faster, want to save electricity, you can use this dude. Yep. Now make sure that your mixture is right, because if the mixture is not right, then whatever you get out there will be a reagent mix. Let's look at the ores. Here, a reagent mix, and that is useless. What you can do with this is you can toss it back into your furnace, and then you will probably see what reagents that is, and then you can toss in the missing stuff so that you have a proper even mix again, and then make sure you have the right pressure and temperature, and then you can toss that out. What you can also do is you can toss this into electric or a gas-driven centrifuge. There are 2 of them. two types, and then it will separate that out again. And so then it will spit out iron and coal in this case. But sometimes it will not spit that out. Sometimes the centrifuge spits out this stuff. Why? Because if you toss something into the centrifuge that is already chemically fused, that is already an alloy, then it cannot split that up again. It will stay that alloy. However, the furnace might spit out two of these, two small ones, like a stack of 3 or 4 or whatever, instead of one that has like 7 or something. Why would it do that? Do not stack those together. Keep them separate. Take one of them, toss them into a hot furnace, and what will come out will be, for example, steel or whatever that was. Then, later, toss the other one in, and then you will get, I don't know, Invar, for example. That's the reason why you must not stack these, because then the reagent mix that they will then represent will be an insane one again. The centrifuge, though, made it sane, but it's still an alloy mix. But the other stuff will just come out as ores. Anyway, so now we have some stuff in there. How much do we need? We have 50 iron, 50 hydrocarbon. Do you remember what we need for steel? One moment, please. Let's go for ingots, steel, 0.75 and 0.25. What does that mean? Well, 0.25 times 3 is 0.75. So we need one of these, 3 of these. And so what I can do, for example, is I can take 48 iron and 16 coal, and that's a proper mixture then. Or I can go all out like I'm trying to do here. Actually, I'm wondering where the coal is. Didn't I have more coal on me? Maybe I still need to mine more. But no, let's not waste all the iron on steel right now. So are we getting out steel? No. Why not? Is the pressure too low? No, the pressure is more than 1 megapascal. And the temperature, though, is slightly below 900 K. So that doesn't work. Now I need to occupy my hand, because else, look at this. See, it just melted in my hand. So let's make sure that I have something in my hand. Usually you shouldn't use something, usually you shouldn't put something important in your hands, because you might toss it into a furnace, and the furnace is heartless. It will just eat that, and then it's gone. If nothing's happening, that maybe... Oh, something is happening, okay. Because maybe the burning process in there is no longer taking place. Steel. 200 grams, that's not bad for a start. And then you would have to push the ignite button again. But you will detect that, I mean, if nothing's happening. So what is happening with the rest of the furnace? Well, it will slowly cool down, and due to the high pressure, some of these things will liquefy, primarily pollutant, for example. Obviously, what happens is when you use the furnace, tons of pollutant will be created, and then the furnace will just stand there and will be useless, and unless you put stuff in again. However, there's so much gas in there now that when you want to heat it up again with O2 and volatiles, then you will need more of that stuff, because there's already so much mass in there that needs to be heated up. That's also what happens when you put in some stuff that needs to be melted. Then you need more heat. But there's something more. Remember in the previous episode when I talked about the ores, like for example iron, here we go, we can see here that it has gases in it. 2 moles pollutant and this stuff. And so where's all that gas coming from that we see in here? Well, most of it is coming from the ores that I put in there. When I dig out ore and toss that in there, they will off-gas into the furnace. What I could do is I could toss in ingots, for example, or I could just, you know, toss in the ore like it is. The furnace doesn't even have to be very hot for that, just hot enough to melt this 100 degrees Celsius or whatever. So that it can fall through and comes out as ore again, but then it will have off-gas. That gas will be in there. Then you can release that gas, and then you can do all that stuff again, but this time it will not off-gas, so you'll not have to deal with all that extra gas. Yeah, I know, there's a lot of stuff at once again. Let's make the station battery. 21. And yeah, it's a bit troublesome that we have so little power here, right? So let's change that by making the station battery. I will toss the steel into... actually, I will need the steel more often now. In other words, let's split it up. Didn't even notice this field of view was wrong. Trophy of a playthrough. But and make a stacker. And remember, we can breathe now. Currently, there's no more power coming in here. Or it's... I know this one is discharging. Yeah, it's not enough power to... Is this one on? No, because that would waste 5 watts. Not enough power to charge both of them. We need some more cables, I realize. You should close these splitty things once, because you don't want to accidentally click on one of those, because that would, you know, pollute your station, obviously. Okay, we need some more cables. How do I make these? I can use the electronic splinter to do this, or I can use the autolathe. It is advisable to use the electronic splinter, but I want to use this electronic splinter now to... Oh wait, not now. First I want to place the stacker and show how to split something, because I want to print the station battery. And so I can just use both printers. This one will just be more slow. Where will I place the stacker? There will be another manufactory here. The stacker could then be here. Here's the kit stacker. And then we have the stacker reversed, which is just the same thing in the opposite direction, because of the cable connector and the controls. So you can, you know, it's basically not cosmetic but practical. And then we have the unloader. If you toss your backpack in there or your mining belt or whatever, it will then all be split up into individual items and be tossed out on the other side. Never used this thing actually. So there will be another manufactory here, there will be cables here, and this would be a good place for the stacker, I think. Now it needs power, and for that we need cables, then so let's print the goddamn cables then. Yeah. So some basic things can actually be made with the autolathe, like cables and pipes, and I think even batteries, small batteries, can also be printed with this thing. Now you see why a stacker would be a nice thing to have connected to this. Oh, wrong hand. And here we have this... Let me just show you what it would look like if I do this wrong. We have 27.5 grams of copper in there, and what we get out is 27 grams of copper. That half gram is just no longer existent. That's why you wanna... I mean, it's irrelevant once in the late game, but in principle you want to save that, you know? Again with the cable laying. By the way, I haven't yet explained to you how to lay pipes, and that's because pipes and cables are laid in the exactly same way. The same logic applies all across the board, except it's not the wire cutters, but the wrench that you would use to merge. That's really the same. Okay, so we can set the stack size that would emerge from here. And if I press the modifier key, which in my case is R, in your case probably C, I can also use smaller increments. Let's do this. And there we go. And it's even empty because it ended up completely even. Okay, this will probably be needed later here. And I actually will split this up further to 50, because I'm pretty sure that I will also need to make some radiators with the hydraulic pipe bender, and that will need steel. Anyway, let's make the battery. Battery. Hit battery. We need 20 gold for that. Do we have that? 18? 6? Oh, it's cutting it a bit close. I guess I should hunt for gold, huh? I still have some mining charges, and maybe I want to see those at work again. Alright, so where will I place that guy? Here we have power coming into our station, and so it's going into the airlock. Obviously, I will later want the airlock to not be piped from the solar panel as such, but directly from my station battery, because that is really where the power will be coming from in the future. So the output of the battery needs to go in here. The input of the battery needs to come from here. So maybe I should place the batteries here, so that locker is actually ill-placed, and I will not be so brutal as to dismantle it. In here we have now 10 degrees Celsius. Why? Did I heat this up? No, the sun did, plus of course the electric devices. And remember our bomb that will explode in like 20-30 days maybe? Accidentally, and no one knows what happened? Yeah, 11.9 kilopascals pressure. But if the water evaporates, eventually the pressure in here will be higher than the 10 megapascals that this thing can withstand. You can look that up in the Stationpedia. And then it explodes, and the explosions of pressure vessels, like the furnace for example, are extremely violent. Something you would definitely want to avoid. In other words, maybe we want to learn how to empty the furnace. We will need pipes, we will need a valve, because we don't want the furnace to be empty the whole time. For that I need iron and copper. Do I have some? Yeah, there's some copper. Should also have some iron. Basically. Don't forget to close the helmet. Oh, that's where the coal went that I was so missing. I could have made another stack of steel, but I think we should use the steel that we have, which will last us for a while, and instead use the iron raw material. The pollutant that is coming in there from the arc furnace into this room doesn't matter anymore, because it's being pumped out. This airlock will not cycle before not perfect vacuum has been achieved. And if you ever damage your suit and you haven't yet fully repaired it, then you cannot get into the airlock. You will have to turn this on and push the button that will be shown here. This is not the current one. That will be, I don't know, evacuation or whatever, which you want to skip, because else the airlock will never be done, because it will keep pumping from the gas that you leak from your spacesuit. There is the battery. But let's continue with the furnace now to show you what that's like. I need also a pipe cowl, which is kind of like the passive vent, like I already explained. And for this purpose it really doesn't matter which one I use, but a big advantage of the pipe cowl is that you can just slap that onto a pipe, whereas the passive vent requires a wall or a frame or whatever. It cannot just levitate in the air. Some more smelting, please. Do we have some power still? Not too much, but I can just turn this guy on and then we're fine. Okay, so what I could do now is I could just slap the pipe cowl on here, and then the hot gas would come out here, and that's one way to do it if you really want to be cheap. But let's do it the right way. So I make a pipe. Now we see pipes in action. We actually have some long ones, that's what she said, and they will actually save you on material. So that's not just convenience for you to build, but it also saves material a little bit. But like I said, you only need the straight one and the curved ones. And don't forget your auto rotate key, which is C, in my case it's R. I keep saying that, huh? And then we want to put the valve on there. Maybe I want to show the different valves that we have. Here we have just the simple valve, which I will use now. Here we have, alright, let's use this one, which is a one-way valve, so the gas can only stream in one direction. This one can stream in both directions, and it also has a lever, so it's the same thing except with more features, basically. Then we have the condensation valve. If you have on the left side a gas pipe, on the right side a liquid pipe, because there are these two pipe types, I've explained that in the previous episode, these are the only ones you can connect, and they also have a different look, so you can visually distinguish that when it comes to connectors. And when you point your mouse at the connector of the installed structure of the valve, then you will also see the name explicitly, that's for a liquid pipe. Anyway, on the left side a gas pipe, on the right side a liquid pipe, and if there is something in the pipe that is about to condensate, like volatiles, for example, I mean pollutant, because the pressure is so high, or CO2 at night maybe, because the pressure is so high, then that will come over to the other pipe. So you will get rid of the dangerous liquids in the gas pipe, and you will win those liquids over into the liquid pipe. Useful. Here we have the expansion valve, which does the opposite. On the left side, or the input side, we have a liquid pipe, on the right side we have a gas pipe, and if there's something that would like to evaporate into gas, this is how it can happen. Remember that evaporation will make the gas that is evaporating on the left side colder, and so if the pressure is being relieved in this way, this means that the left side might get colder and colder until it might actually freeze possibly, which will destroy the pipes. Yeah, that's all of them in this kit. Alright. Let's use the gas valve. This one. I want to use this one. And it doesn't matter how you attach it, but I like to do it like this to express in which direction the gas is supposed to go. Just, you know, some little association to make it more clear for the engineer that is operating this. How many? Well, you can snap the pipe cowl on this directly, so it doesn't really matter. So, with the pipe cowl on top here, we now have the option to just flip a lever and evaporate our furnace, empty it. And since I will need it again at some point for some stuff, and most of the stuff in here is pollutant, which I don't want anyway, and I don't yet have the equipment to make use of the gases in here, let's just let them escape. Yeah, here you can see it's relatively warm, even though out there, even though on the outside it is, the outdoor temperature is actually minus 46 degrees. And slowly the gas escapes. You don't have to empty it completely to do another smelt, you can just keep that stuff in there, it just has some downsides. The less gases in there the better, but a little bit ultimately doesn't matter. Oh, there's a hole here, who is that? Now, the station battery. To put up the station battery, we will also need steel sheets, but let's just go with the flow. Let's take the battery and... oh. The flow tells me I need to clean up first. No, don't turn on, just be there, man. How about eating something? Here we go. What just happened? Dude? You can have placed this in the locker? That's ridiculous. Ah, now it works. That's a bit unfortunate. Anyway, so where's the station battery? I have it on me probably.
Power critical.
Okay. This one's almost empty. This one is also almost empty. Maybe I want to use the coal burner one last time before... Oh, and look at that. The suit is still warning. I mean, that's really an annoying bug.
Power critical. Power low.
No, it's not. I don't know why that is. Yeah, let's use the coal burner, which will then be charging 1000 watts here and 1000 watts there, and that's useful. But I won't leave it on, because that would be a waste of all the coal that I have in there. Would certainly not need all of it. Yeah, then we will need to print heavy cables, so that all the cables on the input side of the battery, where also this guy will be with its 20 kilowatts, will not destroy that cable network when the battery is connected. So that was a full stack of coal, I believe. Now we are half down, and that was a full stack in the previous episode, so pretty useful. Battery. The battery, as you can see, has two connectors on one side and one connector on the other side. The one connector is the input, you can see the arrow, and the other is logic and data. You can, yeah, even the battery can be programmed. You can read out how full it is, you can turn it on and off remotely. You can read out the ratio, how full it is, you can read out the charge, you can read the charge capacity. So if you have a bigger battery also on the same network, you can basically read all of them with your logic and then add up all the maximum minimum values and do the math or whatever. But it's very easy to just show the 20 or so batteries that you have in the station. Where would I place this now? Here? Not too close to the wall, that would not be good. Or should I rotate it like this? It seems a bit wasteful, but I mean, we have enough space. I mean, why be like that? So what else do we need? We need a welding torch and 2 steel sheets. Steel sheets, please. Sheets. 2 of them. And you can see now that we only need 1 gram of steel to make 2 of these sheets. So in other words, if we only need 1 sheet of steel to weld a steel frame, this is an iron frame that I'm currently pointing at, then this means that those are cheaper. Yes, they are. And you need 4 iron to make an iron frame, but you only need 2 steel to make a steel frame. So steel is cheaper. Definitely is.
Temperature critical.
And now what do we need? We need to screw. And that is the glorious station battery. It is now turned on. It is not lit. Why? Because there's no power yet. Now I need to rewire some stuff, and it's pretty fundamental, so I want to be careful how I do that. Let me just think. This is power coming from here, and here we have power going up there. If I let this be a heavy, let's print heavy cables first, because those print slowly anyway. That's not enough, I need more. Do I have more gold? I don't have more gold, so we cannot complete this. I will only need to get 8 cables out of this one, so we need to mine some gold. This will probably be fast, because it is day, we can see everything. And there's also a trick. If you want to find the sparkly stuff, zoom in, move sideways. There is some sparkly stuff. might be gold. Is there something nearby maybe? Oh, there's gold, hello. Okay, and I still have mining charges, so that should make it fast. There's more gold. Huh, now I'm getting greedy. So we have established now mining charges can be deadly. But a strong upside of these is they do not destroy coal. I don't know what just happened, why that fell down there, I have no clue. You see, nothing was destroyed. Will more fall into it now? No. What is happening? Did you just see that? Screenshot. I can take a short excerpt of this video and post it in the bug channel to ask what's happening. Does it keep leaking iron ore here? What is happening? What's happening? Anyway, there we have gold. And I could have used the hot furnace to melt all of this stuff. But that is just... I didn't think of it. Or can, funny enough, actually be damaged by fire, and I think even by the storm. So everything that you don't pick up here will eventually be gone. Something to consider. Perfect. Should I take more gold? I can actually not take more gold right now. Or could I? Because some slots can only take certain materials. This one can take tools, this one can take ores, and this one can take anything, and this one can only take, well, tools. But no, I don't have any... Well, yeah, I do actually. I do have another slot. Haha. Slot machine. Well, then explode another one. Oh, I used them all. I thought I still had one. Oh. No more. Oh. Alright. Fuck it. Can leave this open. Doesn't hurt. Only hurts if you forget to close it, if you wanna smelt again, but then you will see all the gas around you, so that, yeah. So gold is being made. How much more do we need? I don't remember actually. What is it that I'm trying to print? Yeah, of course I'm trying to print cables, so every little bit counts. In other words, let's take every little bit. 38, come on.
Pressure critical. Oxygen critical. Low pressure.
Heavy cables. Bit bigger and black and red. I should basically prepare another steel smelt. 50. 50, make sure that the mixture is right. Of course you should check that when going to the furnace, not just right now, but why not prepare? Why not be prepared? Alright, 14 cables, that's not enough yet, I think.
Low pressure. Oxygen critical.
How much gold is left to be smelted? 27 grams per... Wow, this is slow. Yeah, that's really calls for using this furnace. Saves you a lot of electricity, is much faster. Also has a low melting point, just like copper. Interestingly, these copper and gold are slowly melted in the arc furnace, but have a low melting point. So that calls basically for using the furnace instead. And iron has a relatively high melting point, so that kind of calls for using the arc furnace, where it's incidentally melted very quickly. Decisions, decisions. Okay, so that's my fire belt for smelting, which I could later spray paint red, for example. By the way, this back and forth teleportation will remember where it has been teleported. See, it's going there. But if I do this now, then it will go into that regenerate container. Again, we have this 0.5 relationship thing going on. So I printed another one. And for whatever reason I forgot to open my helmet. Anyway, so I want to start definitely with heavy cables here, definitely, from this guy. And then I would have to go here. I could basically place the coal burner over there and save a ton of heavy cables. And I wonder if I should just do that. I mean, that is the wise thing to do, I think, instead of, you know, wasting all of that. So,
Power critical.
Iron frames, then we need iron sheets. I have 3 iron sheets only, but I have a shit ton of iron, so why not just... Oh, we have run out of power here. That's cool, that's pretty cool that this is happening now. Because our power problems will be solved basically once and for all very soon. And it's cool that the timing works out like this, that's what I mean. It's kind of like an emergency without being an emergency. Yeah, the airlock is currently not cannot be operated. Actually, we do have kind of an emergency here. So how do we deal with this? Well, for example, I have batteries in my tools that I don't need, and there might also be a battery or two still hidden in one of those boxes as part of, you know, a portable scrubber, for example, as a battery cell. Or I can just take the one here from my beacon and use that in the airlock, which is better than nothing. As long as this guy is off, because it uses 50 watts. And then I will make sure that I will make a place where I can put the solid fuel burner, and that will be just here. Just bluntly this one thing. And in case you're wondering, yes, you can also program the solid fuel burner to the end, for example, that whenever the batteries in your stations are relatively low, you can just automatically burn some coal and then turn it off again. So I want to connect the small cables now to show you what would happen if you do that wrong. Let me just cheat a little because, you know, not to waste too much time. And then I will also actually show you what happens if the fuse explodes. So we go for 50 kilowatts, for 5 kilowatts. And now the battery is already switched on. We should now see the cable explode. Ah, there's no coal in there, okay. Let's do that then from this angle. Oh, that would have been cool. Come on, you know you want to. Yeah. Otherwise, there would have been a random cable. So these cables, they can't take it. But now the station battery actually already has some charge, because a little bit was pumped in there. Okay, so let's use the heavy cables wherever I have placed those damn things. I can't find them. Ah, here they are. So if push comes to shove, you can reach through the walls, but it should be avoided. Yeah, let's actually avoid this now, because I have to turn on the cold burner from the outside anyway. Discharging, power trouble, la la la. This power trouble is over. Soon you can't... Oh. Motherfucker. I mean, I wanted to say you can't even blink in that time. So quick it will be over. 8 coal. Okay. Let's use a little more. Not much more, just a little. 16. 16 coal. And now this will pump its power into the battery. Very quickly it will blink stable. It will no longer blink, because then this field has been filled sufficiently. And then the next one will be full, and the next one, and the next one. And this guy stores such a shit ton. I mean, imagine 20 kilowatts. And so far we only used 2 kilowatts of that the whole time. And it's now running the whole time. And the power that is now, well, producing, well, it's converting it.
Power critical.
Power is never produced. The universe has a certain amount of power, and that's it. Hypothetically. The power that is converting into electric energy is not lost, because I didn't put a full stack in there. A full stack would have been wasted. Now the next thing is, how do we use this power? And for that I need to connect that here to my station. And since I have thankfully just transported this over here, what I can just do is I can just
power low.
Use this here. Actually, yeah, well, I can redesign quite a few things, but let's be quick about this and just connect this. And now we're charging. Now the battery is being discharged by the consumers, obviously. By this one, for example, which is now charging quickly. 8%, 9%, 10%. So power trouble is over. Because, you know, just mining for a few seconds for coal, tossing that in there, and getting a full battery out of that. I mean, this thing's almost full. From 16 coal. Get me? I mean, the power trouble is over. In other words, the next thing we should print is lights. To invoke a new power trouble. And to make it more pleasant idea. Silicon. Good thing we got that. Come on. Ladder? No, I don't want to print a ladder, man. Lights, that's what I want to print. How many? I don't know. Let's make 4 and see what happens. Right, I'm printing that currently with the autolathe. I was wondering why that takes so long. Because the autolathe is not meant to do that, really. Okay, where do we need the light for the most? Everywhere. Everyone. Maybe here where we work, right? Here we'd be working, here we'd be working, so a light here in the ceiling would be nice. It can of course also be on the ground, but then we stumble over that thing. Like I said, I prefer these lights because they are so bright. I mean, they're not brighter than other lights, but they are white. The entire surface is white. It is not lighting, this surface is not lighting, but it is as if it's lit, so it gives a feeling of brightness more than other lights do. Well, where exactly do I place this? Maybe I place actually multiple. One here, one there.
Power critical.
Oh, power is critical? Oh, how did this happen? Oh, I have no clue. What do we do about this? Just swap. And swap. And the mining drill, which takes a lot of power, can now finally have a large battery. Neat. Because now we have one extra. Because these guys, I will remove them soon. Maybe I will install them on the wall so we have some turbocharger for batteries, but you must not forget that 5 kilowatts is quite a low limit, so it can happen pretty easily that you have some batteries that are to be charged and then shazam, a cable burns out. So this whole thing with the fuse, I think we should really have one. Anyway, a light first. There is one, and then the other one would be here. Then we will need tons of cables. Let's print those then. And very soon this playthrough will no longer look like you have tunnel vision. How do we get the power up there? Definitely not from here. You can basically, by the way, connect this cable with that cable, not crossing them, but you can connect them and that works. But of course you will not have the benefit of, well, a 100 kilowatt load. That cable network will still count as too weak, and so some of those weak cables will blow. Hey, here we're already going towards the ceiling. I don't know how we'll cable all this up later, but for now, let's just say this is a nice way to get them up to the ceiling. Fuck. I actually wanted to show you how nice it is to finally have some station lights, but that's the super hectic day-night cycle. I mean, really, what Rocketworks was thinking when they decided that shall be the norm, I have no idea. I really don't know, other than maybe they wanted to show off as many features of the game as quickly as possible. Hello, nice station light. But it's not new to you, you have seen that already in other stations. These two I will not yet cable up. And now, of course, we're discharging this guy. You can already see that down to 3. But you know, it's a rounding issue. We don't know how full the fourth one had been, so it's not like it's gonna be empty in 5 minutes. And I was charging lots of batteries, you know. Let's charge this one too. And well, we'll print one more locker at least, because we don't have enough of those. Then I should finally open my helmet. I'm indoors. Then we should print the true manufactory, I guess, so that we have the set here complete, just in case we need it. True manufactory needs one more copper, which I should have pretty surely. Here we go. And I see that the frame rate is not at the top of its game. I accidentally set the terrain tessellation to the wrong value. This should already help. Oh, it does? Hello. Nice demonstration. Oh, I need 2. Right. So what's the next steps? I wanted to get some atmosphere in here, which I now have, but I wanted to do that with phase change. I wanted to demonstrate that, and that's a cool thing to do, I think. So let's do that. What is it that we need? What we definitely need is one of the most used devices of the game. This one. By the way, do not... this one, I mean, the active vent. Do not unbuild this, like with... Well, don't deconstruct this, and then put it there again. Because every device in the game has, every object in the game actually has, a unique identifier in the game. You can actually look those up. And should I pipe up this thing better so we are not wasting the electricity? Yeah, let's do that meanwhile at least. And if you put that up again, it will have a new identity. So, you know, it will just be reduced to the basic, to just the kit when you deconstruct it, and when you put it up again, it is like if you just had this original kit and you're putting it up again, and so the game says, okay, you're constructing this. What do we need? Well, let's just give it an ID number then. Yeah, okay, here's your ID number, and that would be a new ID number. Ah, shit, that was stupid. and the airlock has been assigned. I mean, this device has been assigned to the airlock. I mean, it's ridiculous that I'm cabling this up for this little solar panel, which doesn't produce much because it's not pointed at the sun automatically. But now we at least have that and are not wasting the day. 240 watts coming in. And while the airlock will then be erroneous, it will no longer work. What you can do then, I can demonstrate that to you, is you can take the airlock board and look at the door, which is currently still locked. You can take the screwdriver and clear the advanced airlock, or whatever chip you have here. And now the door is no longer locked. Magic! Anyway, it's a game. And there is our disk. And let's reconfigure the airlock. 0. 0. That's the repressurization value. If I leave that high, it will keep pumping from the station, and this setup is bad. See, this guy is sucking from a box in which it is very fast. This guy is sucking from a pipe in which it is also very fast. However, the pipe also needs to have something. And this pipe will be empty basically immediately. And then the gas in here will think, oh, there's a pipe in which I could go. Let's go into that pipe also, spread out a little. Yeah, let's do that. And so this vent will be completely ineffective. What you could do is you could place multiple passive vents. That might actually help even if you do that in the same box, because they have a limited volume. But in principle, it would be ideal if they would be spread out in the station. Because you have to remember, the atmospheric simulation happens box by box. And what you can also do is you can have a high pressure vessel here. That's what I demonstrated in the previous episode when I used another build variant of this passive vent, the one that can be closed. So I closed that, pumped it full of pressure, and then later I cycled the airlock so that it would repressurize into this room from that room. And what it was doing was repressurizing not from that room, but from this thing, which was closed but had high pressure. And so that was very fast. So that's one way to make these things fast. Another thing you can do is program that entire motherfucking thing yourself, and then have a large powered vent over there, large powered vent over here, and let both of them run and pump like crazy, and it will take a second or so. So the active vent exterior is this one is currently locked, this one is not locked. I selected the right one. Then this door, and we're done. Airlock is now functional again. Now we need another locker. Oh, we don't have enough iron in the machine. And here goes the tool manufacturer. You see the tool manufacturer is yellow now instead of green, because it already has a meaningful connection.
Temperature critical. Temperature critical.
By the way, you remember that I was damaged, my lungs were damaged for a long time, right? That is over now. The lungs have healed. Very slowly over time they have healed. I don't know if they would heal fully. I mean, they have healed fully, else the 100% would still be visible here. But I mean, I don't know if they would heal fully if they would have been damaged much more. I don't know that. But maybe that information is just not known because it takes such a long time. By the way, if your lungs are damaged, this means they will take in less oxygen. Yes, that is a thing in this game. And so it might be that the partial pressure that you need of 20 kilopascals of oxygen, for example, if the atmosphere is 100% oxygen, then 20 kilopascals pressure is fine. If you have 20 kilopascals atmosphere in here, but 50% of that is nitrogen and 50% is oxygen, then the partial pressure is only 10 kilopascals, so that's not enough. Anyway, if you have a partial pressure of 20 kilopascals, you can breathe fine. But if the lungs are damaged, then that's not fine, then you will need more. In other words, if you have problems breathing in your spacesuit, it can actually work, because your lungs have been damaged, to turn the pressure higher. That does work. Because it addresses exactly the issue. Hey, do you hear that? This high beep? This means this thing is being charged up. So we're getting more power, you know, the same concept as with these guys. Okay, now we have cabled this up and it's functional. And these are the things that we can print.
Hydration critical.
And the upgraded one, tier 2, will have more things. Like these devices also will then have more things to print. So how do we upgrade that? Well, for that we need different materials that we need to create with the furnace. And for that we need to mine some stuff. Let's first... I'm not sure what the next exact step should be. We have 26 degrees Celsius in here, so I think I just gave the answer. We should devise a cooling solution. You have already seen the simple and elegant cooling solution that I made on Europa by just exchanging thermal energy with the outside. But I want to do this cooling, what's the word? Do we have some gold here? I want to do the phase change atmosphere thing that I wanted to do. So I will now actually close the helmet, break open a wall. Where's my crowbar? If it's not to be found, it's probably in a locker. No, there is not. Oh, there's more gold. Hello. Yeah, nice music, I guess. Where's the crowbar? God damn it, where's the crowbar? Oh, there it is. You can print a crowbar, by the way, with the tool manufactory. Nah. So let's simulate that situation that you might be in at some point. Oh. What am I doing? This, well, that makes more sense. This situation that you may be in at some point when your airlock is not functional and you were stupid enough, that's really what it fucking is, man, to not put an area power controller into your airlock, so you can swap in your battery for a second to charge it up, to cycle the airlock, but instead your airlock is dead, or something else happened that makes it dead. Then you need to get into your station otherwise. How? Well, for example, let's just reset the pressure of my jetpack to normal, which is 100. Cannot do that, but okay, roughly 100. Oh, that did work. I thought the pressure would be too high. I guess the pressure in here was so low. You can see over here it was like 38 kilopascals. Now it's falling. If there would be 100, you wouldn't be able to get in by jumping, and you would also not be able to get in by flying, except if you have cranked up the power of your jetpack to maximum, then that would work. I want to evacuate the station because I want to start over by using the atmosphere of Mars. By the way, if you have emptied it like this, it is advisable to leave that lever open so that you have an information here in the room that tells you, yeah, there's nothing in there. This makes it just a little bit more fluent, doesn't it? So an active vent. I want to use an active vent to pipe gas into the station from the outside. Coincidentally, we don't need the airlock in this moment. From here, maybe? By the way, something that can happen when you connect a new device to a cable network, it might happen that this causes an interruption in the cable system, so that the current print that you have that you're doing would just be stopped. That is annoying, and it can happen, and you have to live with that. So what else do we need? I need that is ill-placed, I realize. I have never done it like this, by the way. But it's all theory. But I mean, this theory is solid. To get gas in here like this, and to focus that on CO2. What am I doing? Pressure in here 2 kilopascals, so I think we're done cycling. What I could do now is I could pump out the rest, and I want to. For that I will unassign the both active vents. Turn this off again. And then I want to set inward. Now I have set it inward. Now I'm sucking from this room, aka from the entire room. Okay, now we need pipes here. I will be so free as to do this, because it's not a survival playthrough, this is a demonstration in a survival playthrough environment. And here we will have a passive vent. What we also need is the kit drain, which I will explain, because it's a good one. I need to drink something, let's get that out of the way. Nothing more here, so next bottle. Okay, the almighty kit drain. This is the passive liquid inlet. If you had some gases here if you had let's say a year ago roughly, we didn't yet have inward liquids, and so if there would be water, that would be visualized by having fog. And if you place this thing then, for example, on the wall or whatever, it would just take in the fog here, and the rest of the fog would spread out, and eventually would get all, so that you could transport water like this. You could say, pump out the liquid here with whatever means, and then over here you have that thing, and then that whole stuff would travel over there. It's fun, huh? This is no longer true, because we now have inward liquids that would flow around here, and the passive liquid inlet is meant to let them in. Then we have the active liquid outlet, which uses power, and also has some logic controller. I use that, for example, when I have a tank full of minus 220 degrees Celsius liquid nitrogen or whatever, and then I use this to cool down my station. I do this in creative builds, where I just can, where it doesn't really matter, I just want the station to be stable so I can fuck around in it. And then we have the 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's only 3. Then we have the super important passive liquid drain. Too bad it's already so warm out there. Alright, I cannot get out right now. Because the airlock. Yeah, I guess we have to wait for the next night to do this experiment. But anyway, what I would do is I place it here, and this will make sure that liquids that are in the pipe will drain out. And so when I pump from the atmosphere, the pressure in here would build. When I do that at night, then I would get negative minus 10 degrees or whatever CO2, which would liquefy due to the pressure, so it would come out. The O2 would not liquefy, and so the cold O2 would come in here. That would be a bit cold, but well, there are other means to get things hotter. For example, let me just show you one. Do we have enough power for that? Well, for the demonstration, maybe. Electronic splinter. The wall heater. Oh. What? Oh, is that as atmospherics? Yeah, wall heater. So is all the gas gone in here? No, there's still some 1 Pascal left. Basically nothing. Well, I mean, why not be pure about this time? This one consumes 1010 watts. 10 watts to be on and 1000 watts when it's actually heating. Why would it not be heating? Well, if there's no atmosphere around, it will not kick in to actually heat. So, yeah, that's the thing. Where would I place this? I mean, it's just for demonstration purposes, so why not put it there? Uh-huh. 0 degrees Celsius. How's there still gas in here? But I mean, maybe it's really low enough by now. Can turn this guy off soon. So this thing I can use to heat, but this will not do much because there's no gas that can be heated. You can see here it's showing 0 degrees Celsius. Because there's too few people know, thanks to stupid Hollywood, in space there is no temperature. I mean, if the sun is shining at you, there's radiation, there's thermal energy by radiation that will hit you and it will be very hot in space. And if there's shadow, then it will be very cold in space. Why? Because here on Earth you constantly have warm light coming to, or you're being heated by radiation the whole time. In space, when there's no sun shining at you, that's not the case. Except for maybe some radioactivity or whatever in space. Huh. You don't want to be out there, man. And it will feel cold, but you will not actually be freezing. You will just radiate your heat away slowly. Yeah, another thing that just happened when I died out there, the spawn point did not kick in. I know it usually does, but I also know that very recently, like 2 days ago or so, the developers changed something around the concept of spawning when it comes to multiplayer. You know, this whole rotation of 5 different possible spawn points, and we'll choose one randomly. I guess the spawn points themselves were disabled. This has already been reported on the bug channel, so we will probably see a fix on that. And if not, then I will just write that again there, and this time ping a developer, which you should normally not do, but in exceptional situations that's fine. And they definitely don't want to push out a new public update with that thing not working, because many people will be pissed as fuck, man. Also, I have contributor status. This doesn't mean I have privileges like this, like, hey, ping me anytime, not like that. But I mean, I, for example, have access to a channel that is otherwise invisible. I didn't even know that. I mean, one day I suddenly saw this new channel, and then I realized, oh, there's something like a contributor status, and I have that now. Nice. Yeah, what's the next step? I'm not sure. The day is here, so I cannot demonstrate the solution. I could recable some stuff. I could also, maybe, that is currently day, hunt for the ores that we need to make the advanced thingies. I would need some... what did I do now? that happens too easily. You make sure that you point somewhere else with your crosshair when you toss something into the world, because into the world means at the crosshair, that's what that means. See? Yeah, should get some copper and should get some what's his name? Nickel, yeah. Yeah, this doesn't work. Let's reinstate the airlock. Turn this off. Plop. Now it's locked. Okay, that's the external one. Done. Closed. Shazam. And if I had some extra large battery, I could put that up there and constantly charge it. But we're not quite in the age of constant charging. That is why I leave that thing open still. And it opens the outer door very quickly, because there's not much gas to be pumped away. So where was that nickel? That was very close. Oh, look at that. That's where the where my uniform flew. Yeah, now the helmet is a bit more visible. By the way, depending on your field of view setting, it becomes even more visible. Where was that? There it is. That's nickel. And nickel is needed to make Invar&Constantan. What is Invar&Constantan good for? Well, I need Electrum and Invar&Constantan for... Actually, I don't know exactly. See, the next stage of the game for me personally is make the programming stuff, so make the IC-10 chip, and I want to teach you about programming too, right? And make the advanced manufactories, so upgrade them. And for that we need Invar&Constantan, and we need Electrum too. I don't know which for what exactly, and that's the thing. That's what why I'm saying I don't know. I don't need to know, I just know for the next stage of my playthrough I need these materials, and so let's get them. Good thing we have a rich deposit here. Huh. Oh, that was nice, worked out exactly. There's more, I want to make that clear. In case I pass through here. So let's bring that to the station. And afterwards, I need lots more copper and iron. I said I would cheat that in, but I don't know, currently I don't feel like it. And so far I haven't cheated yet. Oh, these could be turned off. To save some battery. Not that we need it, because we're looking good. Ah, shit. Yeah, the mining drill in hand makes the user interface pretty retarded, so... No, don't do that. That will melt. Where is the other... Oh, well, it's full, of course. Well, let's go then. Where is the gold? I need gold. Actually, gold? What am I saying? Yeah, I need gold for... I silver too. I need silver and gold together, which will be Electrum. And copper together with nickel to make Constantan. You can easily remember that. Copper, Constantan, copper, Constantan, copper, Constantan. And iron and nickel together is Invar, and you can remember that too easily. Even though it doesn't sound the same, it both starts with an I. Invar, iron. Constantan, copper. And the mixed relationship is 1-to-1, so that's easy. The pressure though, and the temperature, that's where it gets tricky. That is not beginner material, so it's not like steel where you just needed to make it hot and high pressure, where you basically could not go wrong. Let me just toss a lot of stuff in there, you're good. No, here you have to take care. Copper is always needed, but do I want to go back now? To deposit this in the station and then go out again and get the gold? It's so addictive to get all the rest that's here. The color of the soil here tells me there's more copper to be found. But let's stop this for now. Get some more gold, which is over here. So the first episode is ready for publishing. I made a really extremely beautiful thumbnail, which I think the episode is not deserving of, because these blah blah playthroughs, like I'm doing them right now for explanation, they might be useful for some, and I admire those who actually sit through them, because I couldn't listen to myself this whole time. But it now has this great thumbnail. Well, anyway, what I was supposed to do? Make an ugly one? Yeah, currently I have some videos that I can just click and then they're published. But I don't want to, you know, if I publish 3 videos at the same time, is it useful to anyone? So I pace myself and only publish 1 per day. Currently the pace is relatively high, like 1 per day. I mean, 1 per day is high. but I have some that are still lingering. I have another episode of my current Europa playthrough, and I have this episode I'm doing right now, and I have the completed one, the first one. Yep. So gold, but I don't have silver yet. And since it's still day, cue the sun setting when I speak such a thing, I guess, I should be able to see it sparkling. Basically, look for the vampire ore. Well, I actually like Twilight. Time to turn off the playthrough, huh? God damn it, I cannot... just in time too late. Shit. Let's check, do I have a working tracker? Because that would be awkward otherwise. Yep. So, let's hunt for more... Hunt for silver. I need some silver. Should have done that during the day, really. Temperature minus 34 degrees already. Oh, okay. Okay, I will go back so we can do this station experiment. Else that will fail, and that's annoying. I'm used to a slower day night cycle, honestly. 20 minutes. I mean, do you not also find that super hectic with the black, with the dark bright all the whole time? I mean, you cannot really go into some kind of flow of decision because you're always being pushed. Like, do this now, do that now. What the fuck, man? There's the station. What we're seeing there is the light that's part of the composite door. So, okay, let's do this then. Let's see what happens if I turn on this thing. Do I want to melt something? Yeah, why not? Station pressure is currently basically 0. And how much pressure we actually have on the other side, I can easily measure. I would just have to turn off the active vent, so I have some balanced value in here, and then just point at this pipe because it's connected to the passive vent, so I would see the inside of the station here. And there's nothing in it. Now let's turn on that vent. Okay, I done goofed again because I need to build up pressure. So let me cheat, because I don't want to run into the station again right now. I will just do something very useful. Put this thing in there. I could use a back pressure regulator here, you know? I don't know if I can print that currently, maybe I can. Because then I could say the pipe of the pressure shall be this and this, and if it's higher than that, then you shall let the gas through. Okay. Now we're building pressure, and starting like 2 megapascals, we're already seeing it, the CO2 is liquefying. And you can see here in the world, it's blinking up because some CO2 is liquid and is coming out there. So the pressure in the pipe is building and building and building. 2 megapascals, and what's in there is mostly oxygen. Okay, I mean, it's mostly nitrogen. But it's a nice relationship, 60%, but it's looking good. This will be a good station atmosphere. Pollutant is also liquefying, so that stuff will also not be on our station, except a tiny bit that I accidentally let through. So a back pressure regulator of the kit pressure regulator would allow me to define the pressure on the back side, aka the side where the gas is coming from. Only when that level is reached, gas will be let through. And a pressure regulator allows me to define the pressure on the target side. And funny enough, the pressure regulators actually have some pumping power, so they would so even if the pressure on the input side is not that high, they would still be able to get the pressure on the output side slowly to that level, I think. And so we have a little problem here, that things are getting warm, but out here is still cold. Okay. It's funny enough, look at that. The temperature in the pipe is minus 13 degrees. Why? Why is that happening? Because in there we have a lot of gas that is condensing, and that is why it's getting warmer. So we have the heating problem also almost solved by just using this mechanism. I don't know what's gonna happen. Let's see. Let's do some math. We have 5 by 6 roughly station room, which is 30 times 8,000 is 24,000. I guess what you just saw there was probably frozen CO2. So again, 3 times 8 is 24, 3 times 8,000 is 24,000. Yeah, that would be 240,000 liters of volume. This little thing there has a volume of 100 liters. If you build in there a pressure that is 100 times that, which is 10,000, which we have reached soon, then if we divide that volume by 100, then we would have normal room pressure. So 10 megapascals in there is good room pressure for a volume of 1,000 liters. But we have 240,000 liters. So the way I'm doing this right now is only basically for demonstration purposes. This is not practical. I would instead have to run this every night and would have to use a back pressure regulator, else I'm basically blocked here. Or do I? Well, I can use this. I can just do this. I just have to think of turning off this thing again, because else our liquids will no longer leak out. And that's actually the idea here. We need the liquid to leak out. Let me turn that off. Oh, now it's heating up. The pressure is reducing because the liquids are coming out, but it's really heating up a lot. And you need like minus 10 degrees for that to condensate. So, yeah, done goofed, I guess, because now it will no longer liquefy. 4% oxygen. That's not as high as I wanted it to be. Not at all. So what's the problem here? By this condensing, it becomes hotter. If I want to do this, I would have to... Maybe more volume would help? No, that would be the same logic. Would build the same amount of heat. I guess I would have to use a pipe radiator here to make sure that this cools down. Anyway, let's see what that's like if we enter the station. And then when it's day, I need to find silver so we can make Electrum. And then we will make all of these three things together with a furnace. And then we will get into programming and upgrading, finally. Hopefully I can still do this today, it's already pretty late. Okay, so we have no atmosphere in here. Let's open this. Five kilopascals of pressure, too low. 4% O2, too low. So this approach helps, but it doesn't really solve everything. The CO2 ratio is still too high. What I could do is I could pump station atmosphere to the outside again and again, even if the pressure in here is already established, and then let that leak and then pump it back in. So that's also an option, to purify it slowly, breathing out and breathing in overnight, you know? So I guess that's the approach that we should use then. And since that's the approach we would use, I would say let's leave the thing on. Can I do that from here? I shouldn't, but okay, let's do it. What's the pressure? The temperature in here? Still minus 40. So it's still very cold out there. So let's do another breather. Yeah, silver. I should also cable the power stuffs in here. This is where our power is coming from, and why not pipe that directly here? I mean, I'm not yet so sophisticated that I would put a transformer here and spread that out into multiple networks. We're still at the very beginning. Oh yeah, let's turn this thing on for a moment. Minus 14 degrees. The pressure is too low, I think, for that thing to actually kick in. Yeah, we need more pressure in here. So just melting oxide in here. Oh, look at that. That would be liquid CO2, I think. which is currently of course evaporating. And you have to be careful of liquids because they can cause devices to short out and cables to burst where they're connected. Yeah, so tossing down oxide is definitely a simpler way to make this happen, but this mass allows you indeed then to experiment with these things and for me to demonstrate to you the phase change benefits. It heats up and we have the liquid seeping out, the pollutant and the CO2. That's good. We'll have to cool this down though. Well, the cooling system would also be required. What cooling system would I use? I could use phase change, by the way, if I had enough liquids. That could be done. Or should we just build the standard thing that connects to the outside? I'm not sure. Minus 14 degrees. It's not like we need cooling right now. I am not sure what the next step is, man. I really need silver. Maybe we should prepare the smelt. So, here we would make lots of Constantan, copper Constantan, 50, 50, 50, 50. And then I also want to make lots of Invar iron, which has been established, okay. Then I also want to make Electrum, and for that I need silver. And I don't have that yet. Yeah, it's getting warm again, let's turn it off. Should I just keep going? I mean, it's pumping very slowly. I know it will heat up soon, so that won't really help anymore. But, I mean, I want some pressure in my station, right? And it would take quite a while to pump to... I want to go this way now, whatever. Okay, how much power do we have in our drill? I should definitely take a look at all the tools. Is there enough power? Because we have used all of them for a while now. Ah, crap. Drill. Oh, this one's full. Oh, this one is very empty. Should have tossed more stuff into the station. Silver, where art thou? That is sparkling, but I'm pretty sure that's gold. And you can see that if I'm looking at this at 60 frames 4K, which is also at the recording of this video. So you might not be able to see that if you're watching at the low resolution. But here we have some sparkly effects, some specular highlights that are glittering in the sun. That could be silver. I think it's gold. Yeah, it's gold. Shit. Need some silver. This is probably iron. This is silver. Lucky. Okay, let's dig in. Good, then we have all the materials to make the advanced stuff. I'm looking forward to that. Maybe I should already talk a little bit about the logic circuits and about programming, so that we don't have such compressed talk later. See, there are logic chips in the game. Let's say we have, for example, a logic reader. That is one chip. It's a little square. I mean, you have already seen the IC10 housing, what that looks like. It's such a square, you know? You place that and then you will notice there's a screw on it. And that screw's purpose is for you to define from which device that logic reader shall read. And then you turn that screw until you have chosen the device from which you want to read, let's say, for example, a door. Then you will notice there's a second screw, which was there before, and then you can decide with that screw which value of the device you want to read. For example, of the door, the openness. That would be one thing, you know? And then this logic reader will henceforth, once it has been turned on and consumes 10 watts the whole time, will know at all times whether the door is open. It will have the value within it, 1 or 0. Now you could also place a logic writer. And you could then assign it via the screws to another door, and you could say the value to be written to the other device shall be the openness, and you can then say the source device, which will hold the logic value that you want to write, shall be the logic reader that I mentioned before. And then, if you open one door or close one door, with a short delay, the other door will also open or close. So that is how the logic circuits work, in principle. But these were just a logic reader and logic writer. There's also a unit for doing math, for adding, for subtracting, for comparing, and so forth. Time to smelt some stuff. The order in which I will produce the ingots will be either Invar&Constantan first, in this order, Invar&Constantan, or it will be, oh, goddammit, I forgot something. I need lead. I don't have lead yet. Ah, crap. Well, good thing it's still day, so let's just toss out some stuff. Hope that there's no storm in the next few seconds. Oh, the sound that you're hearing is the pipe having too much pressure. So let's do this then. Now it's releasing everything into the station. And then I close it again. I need lead. Definitely need lead. I want to do the programming stuff. Well, and then I would do Electrum and lead, because in this coupling, Electrum and lead, or Invar&Constantan, that works out best for the furnace. You might think, ah shit, now I have to remember all of that. Not necessarily. Oh, there's still. Not necessarily. Once you have made these things a few times and have seen the values that they use, you will realize, oh yeah, that's indeed the best way to go about it. Because once you have done the first, the second one is basically only a small step away. I need lead. Can't see any yet. Okay, now that we have talked about the logic chips in principle, let's talk about programming in principle. Programming achieves the same things like the logic chips, in that you can read and write logic values, and you can process, you can add, subtract, stuff like that. Which might sound boring, but I mean, you have seen the things that I've done in this game already with programming. For example, an automated oxygen refiller and stuff like that. or the day-night cycle, light loop kind of thing, and so forth. You can also program the advanced furnace to automatically have the right pressure and so forth. Yeah. So how does that work? Well, it works similarly in principle to the logic chips, in that you have to address devices. And there are multiple ways to address devices. But let's just say in principle you have to address a device. In other words, you have to read from a device or you have to write to a device. And once you have that information from a device, you can do some logic with it. Crap, I didn't find any lead. That is really annoying. In programming, though, you also have to think about an algorithm. Let's think, for example, about the centrifuge. Now this will be a bit complicated. Maybe I should do something else instead. Let's think about a cooling solution. Let's think about a pipe that has no pressure in it and is connecting the indoors with the outdoors. I think I should go back. What you would want to do is you would want to pipe some gas in there, so that it is effective, because otherwise it's just an evacuated pipe, it doesn't do anything. And once there's gas in there, it will connect indoors and outdoors, and if outdoors is cold, the indoors would also get colder, obviously. But what's the algorithm? Well, you detect it's cold, so you pump some gas in there. Oh, that means that while the station is too warm, you want to pump. No, that doesn't make sense. You need to pump something in there, and when there's enough in there, you have to stop pumping. And also, when it's cold enough again, then you have to basically invert the process. You have to pump out again, and only until the pipe is empty, else you're wasting electricity. So that calls for an algorithm. We're not just saying the current situation, as in too hot or too cold, becomes the immediate state of the pump, be on or be off, like I showed you already in the previous episode with the arc furnace, where you can just say, is something in there? Yes, then it shall be on and it shall be activated. Is nothing in there? No, then it shall be off and it shall not be activated. No, but that's not the way to go. Instead, you need an algorithm. So how do we do this then? Let's see. Step 1 would be
Power critical.
measure the station's temperature. And then you will be surprised to see that the station has a temperature of 290-ish degrees or something, because all the devices, they think in Kelvin. So how do we solve that? Very simple. Kelvin is just 273 degrees. 273.15. If I subtract from this value 273.15, I would have Celsius. So if I have 273.15 Kelvin, you don't say degrees in this case, then I will, when I subtract 273.15, I will have a 0. Yeah, obviously the freezing point of water, 0 degrees Celsius, that is 273.15 Kelvin. So to convert that, just subtract that. You have Kelvin, you want Celsius, subtract 273.15. And in the opposite direction you just add, so it's really that straightforward. Now you want to decide, is it too cold or not? How do you do that? Well, there are two ways to do that. One way is to set a value based upon, is it greater, smaller, or whatever? And the other is you want to branch based upon a value. So it's the same concept. You're using NE like not equal, or EQ like equal, or GT like greater than, or GE like greater than or equal. These are the characters that will occur in that command. But whether you're branching to go to a different place in your source code, or whether you're actually writing a value to a register which you can then use, or writing a value to, well, you can only write to a register, I believe. that is open, but otherwise it's the same thing. Wonder how far away we are. Can't be that far, I didn't walk for long. But in case of emergency, remember, the other batteries are compatible. You can just stuff a tool battery into your spacesuit, and I mean, you saw that earlier when I was connecting the battery. Weird that I cannot see the station yet. I mean, the battery, for example, gives off some light, if it's not completely empty. Oh, there it is. Homecoming. Now that I didn't find some lead, excuse me for just cheating, for just I would just conjure some lead into existence. I know there's lead somewhere now. Why should we waste time finding it? It's just stupid. Some more copper. Why not? Or maybe some gold? Maybe some gold. Crap. Interaction is really broken when you're holding the mining drill. So pressure in here is... Oh, we already have 70 kilopascals. Minus 4 degrees is also not bad. What's the gas though? Well, 2% oxygen, that is too low. That is way too low. So these whole phase change shenanigans that we did so far didn't actually yield the desired result. But I will soon set this up in a way that it will yield the desired result. Anyway, let's do this one more time. And... or maybe not, maybe let's not. We have seen now what that does. This is just yet another thing to concern myself with, so I cannot... Oh. And so I cannot do the thing that we're here that I'm supposed to do, explain stuff to you. Oh, there's nothing in the hand drill battery slot. Actually, I can do this, because the pipe is closed. Nothing bad can happen. So, now we want to smelt stuff. Would be cool if I could carry all of that with me in the mining drill, in the mining backpack. Actually, mining backpack? Why don't I just print one? Let's take some iron. Now that we have the tool manufactory, we can actually do these things. Where's the iron? Didn't I have some iron somewhere? Don't tell me I don't have some iron lying around. That would be shameful. Oh, there it is. Oh, right. Wasn't there something? A mining backpack. Only costs 6 iron, so, I mean, really, who cares? Iron is the cheapest material in the entire game. Except for atmosphere, if you are on a planet with atmosphere. Aha, so there's a key combination that allows you to take all materials at once, or if you wish, all materials of a certain type. I have silver. And here we have the material for Constantan and the material for iron Invar, yeah. It's going to be very disorderly in here, isn't it? But hey, that comes with the territory when you're beginning. Where is that mining belt? Oh, here we go.
Hunger caution.
Okay, then let's make that Invar&Constantan. Close lever. And yeah, the lead. Okay, let me just spawn in some lead. Oh no, let's first make the Invar&Constantan legit before I do that stuff. Invar&Constantan, let's look that up. I know that I need this because if I want to print certain things, it will ask me, hey, give me that stuff. So I just want to skip that step and go straight to making that stuff. Here we have Invar, which is more strict with what it requires. It takes 18 to 20 megapascals pressure, which is very narrow, and a temperature of 1.2 to 1.5 megapascals, which is also very narrow. So how do we deal with that? Well, step 1, put some shit in the furnace. For example, this. And that. And to make it even, I will actually put one more volatile in there. So that's a bunch of stuff that I just tossed in there, like it's nothing, huh? Invar needs iron, Invar iron, Invar iron. What you can do, you can build some chute systems, some chutes from here to into your station and some chutes from here to into your station, and automate the arc furnace so you can toss stuff in there from inside the station and it will just melt that automatically for you. And this has the upside that you also have some kind of input queue, so you can just toss stuff in there and just not care for a while. And you can do the same here. So I could basically place some chutes here and toss all the material in there and then stand over here and witness it happening. Okay, what do we have? We have a pressure of 16 megapascals, that is too low. We need 18 to 20. So let's do 4 more of these and 2 more of these. Always the 2 to 1 relationship if I'm using ISIS. 18 and, well, it doesn't work. Why not? Is the mixture not right? We have 100 grams of iron and we have 100 grams of nickel. 0.5, 0.5. 18 to 20. And 1.2 to 1.5. What is wrong? Why is this thing not green? The pressure is currently too high and the temperature is currently too high. But I think it was right for a moment. I don't know why it didn't work. Maybe at that very moment when I looked here, it wasn't yet melted completely. That's possible. So I'm opening this to relieve some pressure. Now we have to be careful that I don't relieve too much pressure, because the temperature also has to fall. Or what I could do is I could toss in some ice, which I just did a bunch of, and what happened now is that the temperature now has fallen 1.2 to 1.5 kilokelvin is what I need for this one. So hopefully the temperature will not fall too far while the pressure falls. And this is how you operate this thing. And of course you have to take care that you don't overpressurize it. But for that we have this lever here. So if you don't toss in an entire stack, which would be deadly, you should be fine. So about 20 more seconds and then we should have our Invar. Here we go. We'll produce 200 grams of Invar. There we go. Now we need to make Constantan, and like I said, for that we need copper. And nickel also. Oh crap. I accidentally had that open. I mean, it doesn't harm. It's not a problem. It's not degassed, but the gas that I degassed from that is in the furnace, so no one's the wiser. So the mixture is right in a few seconds. Oh, never mind then. The pressure is 20 megapascals or more, and the temperature is more than 1 kilokelvin. What do we need for Constantan? We need 1 kilokelvin or more, that's what we have, and we 20 megapascals or more. So Indeed, like I said, first you make the invariant, which requires to be in a certain range, and then the constantan. You might say constantan also sounds like a certain range. So who is being helped by that? Anyway. All right, now this thing needs to be empty because for the next stuff that I want to do, I need a fresh furnace. Pressure in here is good. Temperature will soon be reaching 0 degrees, but we don't have oxygen in here like we need. So I should maybe install some stuff, but first, let's see, I want to upgrade my manufactories. For that, I go to the electronics printer and I select the MOD, the mod, the electronics printer mod, which needs steel, Electrum&Constantan, solder. So the Invar is not actually needed for that, but the Constantan. I will put the Invar into the tool printer then, because I guess that's where I needed it. Electrum we don't have yet. Steel we do have, and it should actually be in here. Why is it? Ah, there it is. So we still need solder and Electrum, both of which I want to make now. So for the hard mining drill, the heavy mining drill, I cannot yet print because that requires the upgraded manufactories. Nope, that doesn't work. Therefore, let's work on the oh, I need iron. Do I have iron? I do have iron. Let's work on the atmospheric situation in here. But I will now cheat some lead into existence because I don't want to wait for so long. So let's look for lead. We find the lead ore, which I want to use here. I click here to copy that name. And then I go into the console with F3 and I say thing spawn and paste. And I do this twice to get 2 stacks, and that's it. I don't know why it's showing an error there. I mean we can ignore that. So here we have the lead. It's, you know, ignore that. Come on, you didn't see that. And what I want to do now is I want to set up a little atmospheric control thing here. I want to pump in gas from the outside with another active vent. This time though, I want to suck from the outside. I know this is unwise, it will be super slow, but if I pump from the outside, it might be faster than I can control from the indoors. So maybe it will actually take eons. Maybe it's really a dumb thing that I'm doing here. I don't know. I will need more of these pipes later. Then I need do I need another passive vent? No, I can use this one. Close, else I will click, and then we have pollution in here. And I will do this again. Passive vent. So now I can start sucking in atmosphere from the outside, and then we can also see how slow that happens. No, that was actually correct. Now we are pumping into the room. So pressure in here is 81 kilopascals. And here it is still 81 kilopascals. So it is happening very, 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 very slowly. What happens if I turn this off? Minus 2.9 degrees Celsius. Minus 2.89. Minus 2.88. Minus 2.8. Minus 2.79. 78, 77. So it's a bit faster, so we are actually being touched by the gas that's coming into the station from the outside. But wow, is this slow. Anyway, didn't I make another? There it is. What I want to do with this one is I want to pump from the station to the outside into a pressure vessel, and also want to have some pipe radiators on there. I need gold for that. Do I have some extra gold? Yep, I do. 4 should be enough for now. I hope. Okay, now we need pipes. And here I will go to the upside, though it's too close to the furnace, isn't it? I'm not sure. So let's print some pipe utilities because I want to make some inline tanks. For that I need only iron, and iron I should have. There it is. Let's make 4 of them so I can make 2 large inline tanks. Then on the tip of that I will then put some pipes and the pipe radiators to allow the gas in there to cool down at night, because I will be creating a lot of heat by phase change, which you have seen. Yeah, careful with the wrench, because you don't want to open the floor of your station. This will definitely cause gas exchange, depending on where you do it. The soil itself is airtight, I believe, so that should work. Still 82 kilopascals, so the pressure in here is growing very slowly. I mean, this is really... Now you can see really how hard that is for the gas to slowly go in there. Okay, I don't want to cool the station down. I will now shut this off, because that would have a cooling effect. A slight cooling effect. Let's set that up and let's see how empty the furnace is, so that we can make the electrum and the solder. First the electrum, then the solder. The solder needs very low temperatures, and the electrum will basically use up a lot of heat when I make it. Ah, that works nicely. Okay. No, wait, that's the wrong one. I mean, okay, it doesn't really matter. I'm on Mars. The pressure is so very low, doesn't really matter. And the passive liquid drain, which is the idea here, because I want to get rid of the pollutant stuff, of the CO2. How full is the furnace still? 95 kilopascals. We could say we could consider it empty and continue. Auto temperature is... damn. Yeah, we can find out the auto temperature in a simple way. Let's take the tablet, point at the pipe, nothing to be seen. Let's pump a little bit of gas in there. Now we have gas in there. It will now cool down to the outdoor temperature, or heat up accordingly, respectively. And so we'll keep pumping until we have a high pressure in there, a pressure high enough for CO2 to liquefy. Though when that liquefies and then escapes, what happens is it will heat up. Okay, the radiators should make sure that it cools down again, so we can just leave it in there. But this will also make sure that the pressure drops, and that is why I'm putting so much pressure in there now. Basically, I'm pumping the entire station atmosphere. We had like 80 kilopascals, now we have 50. Well, how much do we have? Yeah, 50, so streaming pretty quickly. Basically, I'm trying to get rid of the entire CO2 now in one go. That might actually be possible, which would also mean that the pressure would then be very low, because the pressure was mostly made of CO2. I think I can just leave this on. So we had this little clicky sound a moment ago. What was that? That was something rolling into some inlet. Boy, is that chaotic in here still. Ah. Should we make the Electrum and Solder? I would say so. Yeah, let's do that. How much power do we still have? Okay. I mean, it's still fine. We are not consuming that much power. This solar panel actually does its magic. Okay, Electrum it is. Pressure? 10 kilopascals. Who gives a fuck? I don't know how much. Let's say, let's start small. So the smallest even combination. Why do I not have to spark this now? Because there's still some warm gas in there, that's why. But it's not burning. Now it is. So let's put in the 50-50-50-50 mix. It's advisable not to put too much fuel in there right now, because I need a low pressure for what I'm doing right here. And also afterwards I want to do solder, which needs a low temperature. So let's see what we're getting. That doesn't give us a result. We have 7 megapascals of pressure. I happen to know what we need, 2.4. Let's look that up. Electrum. Electrum needs 600 Kelvin or more, you know, C or more, and 800 kilopascals to 2.4 megapascals. So I have now opened the relief valve, which should drop the pressure soon enough. And once it's that low, it will also cool pretty quickly. Let's see how the phase change machine is going. It is pretty warm. I mean, maybe that is also because the furnace is excreting thermal energy. That may well be the case. Not the ideal place to build this, huh? But I mean, we have still 92%. Actually, but currently it hasn't lost any CO2 yet. Okay, 2.4, soon enough. 2.6, 2.5, and 2.4. Off you go, that's Electrum. Now let's put the lead materials in there. And you have to take care. If the furnace is too cold and you put something in... Oh, I've made that mistake again. And, well, that's dangerous. What if this thing is so close that it tosses through the wall? Or what if you have already put the chutes here, which I plan to put here, and you fire this thing up with volatiles while this thing is open? Then you will have volatiles in your station. And when that thing is currently printing, then there will be a spark and your entire station will be on fire. So, yeah. Okay. So, when you put that stuff in, you have to be careful, because it cools down the furnace because of all the gas that goes in there and all of the materials that I added. And if it falls below, I'm not sure, 100 Kelvin? No, 100 Celsius. So that's 300 something Kelvin, I think. When it does that, then what will happen is that it will no longer take something in. This thing will stay closed and it will stay at, I don't know, 57 melted, and the rest will just stick there. It will not continue. Then you can connect here some gas pipe, and then one of the pipe utility gas, which is this canister holder that you know, and can just stick your welder canister on this and let some of the welding gas in there and click here to spark that again, and then it will continue melting. So what are we doing now? The pressure is high enough, but it's not cold enough. I can just wait it out, or I can just put some more oxide in there. Aha, here we go, solder. Now we have the ink, we have these basic materials. Let's open this thing and forget about it. Hooray! Anything more I can or should melt? Yes, iron we seemed a bit short on that. Now, I mean, I know that I have lots of routine with this, but I mean, you have seen that if you have the know-how, it's a pretty routine thing to do and nothing to fear. Also, oh, the furnace might explode. No, it doesn't. You just don't toss your entire fuel in there, you idiot. I like this. Okay, let's split this up into 100 size, or maybe smaller even. 50? Let's do 50, so to be less annoyed. Okay, what about the phase change machine? Is anything good happening now? Still 2 degrees Celsius, man. There's just too much gas in there. In other words, what do I do when the day comes back too early? Then this whole thing will not work, because the day will heat it up again. Well, what I could do is I could, for example, instead of what I've used here, the non-insulated version, I could have used the insulated version. You might say, well, how do you get rid of the heat then? With the radiators. They will bridge that, and during the day I deconstruct the radiators. So that's one thing that I can do. What I also need to do now is I need to print some filters, because otherwise we will suffocate. Because the CO2 will no longer be removed from the suit. So print carbon dioxide filter. I will make 2 for now. And the garbage, I don't know where to put that, let's just toss it here. Here, there we go. They will always be used from the left side first, so I like to resort them like this. You know, to keep order. Alright, next step was to make the modification here, and also, actually, can I make the IC10? Because while we're talking about programming, oh yeah, gold, steel, Electrum&Solder, this thing could print, because printing the modifications, that takes a long fucking time. Gold. You can tell possibly that eventually we will have so many materials that these machines will basically always have enough of everything, so that printing will become much less tedious, even if you keep putting stuff in manually, which you don't have to, because you can automate everything. Of course, also the manufactories. And putting materials in. All of it can be automated. And speaking of which, maybe we want to start with the automation of the arc furnace, and so I want to connect it with chutes. I will need more iron than this, I think, which I may not have, or maybe I do. Oh, there's the chip, nice. Okay, let's make the... Oh, no, only one. Oh, that was my mistake, I should have done that beforehand. Now we need copper. I'm sure I have copper. Shazam. And then afterwards, we need a computer too. But before that, I want to print the IC editor motherboard, which we'll also need. Okay, and we have to turn off the... I have to remove the... you know what? I have to remove them. Because I don't want to heat anything up here. Of course it will heat up anyway, but I cannot avoid that with the materials that I've used there. I'm sure that the cooling at night though will be stronger. And by the way, stronger, I could print a few more of these radiators, which will make the cooling at night much stronger. Yes, that's the thing, you can just stack things up, and that's fun, isn't it? To balance things out, to see how this value is rising, that value is falling, and then okay, I have to put a little bit more of this stuff in there, and then it'll work. And then it does. Yeah. I don't know how many I want to print of these. Let's make 2 full stacks. Do I really not have any gold lying around? Oh, there is some. For some more of the radiators. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then I will also need some pipes. I still have enough pipes, but let's make some. They're cheap. Here we have the insulated pipes, and here we have the normal pipes. 0.5 iron. Yep. Stop, because I'm getting overwhelmed here. Print the IC editor motherboard, and then we have the IC housing also. And then we need the computer. because without it we cannot program. This one, iron. This one or the laptop. The laptop has the upside that you can carry it anywhere and program in any place. It has the downside that you have to place the chip in the laptop, but when you're done,
Hunger critical.
when you're done programming, we have to return it. I need iron. Do I really not have iron that I can smelt? I do have iron. Crap. Well, I need the programming. Where will I put the programming stuff? I will guess here on this wall. Yeah, that looks okay. Yeah. Damn, I want to take some iron. Stupid. Okay, the arc furnace. This is a chute. And this... Wait, where is it? Come on. And this is a window chute. Okay, stupidly it looks the same. But this thing has holes, and so if you put gas through this thing, it will actually, I mean, frozen gas balls, they will actually melt if the surrounding environment is too warm. So depending on what you want to put through there, you should use the simple ones, the straight ones. Also, there's window ones that cost more. This is the curved one, which I would need here. And then I will just use a straight one, because I don't need to see what's inside when it's coming out, because I'm gonna see that early enough. It's gonna come into my station, right? I'm not sure how I will pipe this up. Oh, is that not ideal? Yeah, I need to eat something, I know. It's probably pretty annoying to hear it the whole time, huh? Well, my head is full with things that I need to do. That, of course, clouds perception. Will this work? I'm really undecided here. Okay, anyway, we need the chute outlet, which stupidly goes around the corner, and this will toss it then to the ground. Yeah. In the window, which is dumb. I don't want that. So where can I place that? In the ceiling? Well, it's also stupid, but it's less stupid. There's fewer stupids in there. So let's do that then. Well, the overflow chute is meant to divert to a separate path, so it has 3 connectors, not just 2. The junction chute is the very opposite. It allows you to get... where's the straight one, man? To get 2 paths to join. So this is fine, but unless we have programmed the furnace, which we have not yet, it's not a good idea to close this one up, because then I would have to run indoors, toss everything inside, run outdoors, push the button, if I can still reach it, because it might be too bulky here, the space. Okay, next step was, yeah, I wanted to add some more pipes up here. To later add some of the radiators, which should help with the night air. Okay, then I have some iron here with which I can then print the computer. And then we can put up the computer. Yep. The night begins.
Hydration critical.
Yeah, okay, let's solve that fucking problem already.
Hunger caution.
Alright, next step, computer. Is it done? 87%. Battery is still looking good, and if it doesn't, just flip on the solid fuel generator for a moment. That's convenient, isn't it? So, the computer, let's put it up. We have actually 4 variants of computer, but they're all the same in principle. But to be or not to be? That is the question. Okay, so here we have a floor-mounted, but you can also lift it up, doesn't matter, computer which is for the floor. Yeah, it's a big screen. Then this one is meant for the wall, design-wise. And then this one is, well, a retro computer, supposedly. And this one is like a modern variant. And it's just a matter of taste which one you choose. I will now use this one because it was the first one that they made, and I think it has the greatest look I am programming in space appeal for us now. So now I need to connect the power and the logic. The power needs to be connected so that it has power. It consumes 200 watts, by the way, so turn that thing on and off if you don't need it. And the logic needs to be connected so that I can connect to the logic of devices, and the device that I need to connect to is the IC housing. The IC housing comes in 2 build variants, thankfully now. One needs 2 separate connectors, the other has data and power combined. That's the new one. Put in the chip, turn the thing on, connect, and then we are ready for programming. Shazam! Here we go, let's turn the computer on. Now we see the programming interface. Here we select which device, chip we want to read or write to, and here we read or write to. And here we edit this read or written source code. So it's night, let's do the cooling thing that I want to do. Did I leave the computer on? Of course I fucking did. Temperature minus 46 degrees, hello. Temperature in here is falling. Look at that. So the concept works. I just don't know if the speed will be high enough. We might need a few more nights, and then what we get out is O2. But that is not well, how do I say it? It will not be much O2. So, but this is one way that you could get pure O2, theoretically. And it's fun to toy with this. I would have never done this without you. I guess. Oh, there's more gold here, nice. Let's program something, let's automate the arc furnace. And that is very easy. I will just do this and then I will explain. Edit. Define hash structure arc furnace. Start yield jump start. Load batch into R0 from the arc furnace. Load batch slot, whether slot 0 is occupied. Simsalabim. Then I write to any and all arc furnaces on R0 and write batch arc furnace activate R0. And that's the automation of the arc furnace export. Of course I will explain that later. Now I have written the source code to the chip. You can see 131 bytes, and the arc furnace is currently off. Do I have anything here that I could use to demonstrate that whole thing? Yeah, I still have some stuff that can melt. Yeah, let's demonstrate that with a little bit of copper. And I should bring the chutes, because now they will actually be desired. If not required. See, the arc furnace is currently off. If I toss this in here though, then it will turn on, it will activate, it will smelt that, it will spit that out into the station, and it will turn off again. There it is, just landed in the station. And now we want to, of course, pipe that up, so that we can do that from the indoors. And here I would like to use window chutes so I can see what is waiting to be smelted. I might have to make a few more if I am this wasteful with them. Blessed be the auto-rotate. Yep, I need to make some more. What's the temperature doing? Now a little phase change experiment. 2 degrees, so very slowly. Yeah, there's tons of gas in there. I mean, 5,000 kilomoles of CO2. 5,000! Damn it, man. Okay, then let me explain what I just did there. Okay, while we print some more chutes. Do we have some materials here? Yeah, how many do I need? I'm not sure. I mean, definitely I want to have the inlet a bit higher up, because accidentally tossing stuff into the arc furnace is bad. And the chutes, they don't distinguish, they don't care what you toss in there. So I will need to print all of them. So now, like I said before, there is addressing. You have to address a device to read from it or to write from it. And there are multiple ways to do this. One way would be that I assign something here. I use a screwdriver and I select the arc furnace. And then, well, let's assign the lights maybe, or let's assign the stacker, just so that we have something to experiment with. So I will click here, and eventually we will have found, and you can click here and click here and click here and just look on the right side and not click too fast. There. I saw on the right side the stacker, and then I stopped. And then it was on the left side. Why? Because I can't stop in time. I'm a human after all. So, or whatever. And now the stacker is selected on D0. The stacker is currently on, actually. Oh, it's a waste of electricity. Let's turn the stacker off with the computer. SD0 on 0. Export. And now the stacker is off. And if I turn it on, it will stay on. Why? Didn't I just program it to turn off? Yeah, but I didn't put that statement in the main loop. But when I unplug the chip, that will restart the program, or when I export it again, that will restart the program, and so the beginning of the program will be executed again. Okay. I mean, as soon as I see the first hints of sun, I need to definitely remove those radiators. All of them. Now, that's what makes it a bit dangerous now to just look at the source code. I can pause this, you can code in peace, but I also want some time to move so that, oh, save by the way, so that we can move along with the things that we want to do. So I will see the sun here, I hope. Alright, so what is it that I did here to program the stacker to be off? I said S as in save a value to a place, or store a value in a place. In which place did I want to store it? that was the next
Waste tank caution.
that was the next question, and you can see that here when you start writing the line, the programming interface actually helps you. It tells you the next thing that you need is to give me a device. For example, by giving you a screw. D0, D1, D2, here, D question mark, so D0 is what I used. You could also use R, and you could also use ID. Why? Because there are four ways to address devices, and this statement can use 3 of them. And later you will understand why the 4th one is not in here, because here this write batch and load batch is a completely different type of write and read command. So it wants to know the device. If I use D0, then that's satisfied and we can move on. But I can also use R0. We have registers here. R0 to R15. And I can write the identity. I told you that the device, everything in the world, has a unique identity number. Everything in the world has a unique identity number, and if I have the correct identity number of a device in a register, then I can use this register, and this would now write to that device. That also works. It's the same as the screw, and interestingly, it is indeed the same as the screw, because the screw internally works by remembering the unique ID in the world of that device. Which you can see, by the way, if you deconstruct the device and put it up again, then the screw will still say that name, but the chip will say there's an error here, I cannot find that device. And here we have that same concept. You put the number in here. If I would know that of the device, I could, I can actually find it out if I wish. Then I could write that number into this register, and then I could control the device in the exact same way, and exact same concept. D0 has that identity number, and here R0 could have that identity number too. Anyway, the next thing that I write is the logic type. That device has logic values. The stacker, for example, has these, and one that most devices have is on. And so I'm turning the device off by writing to the on value the value 0. 0 means no, and 1 means yes. Is this still night? I didn't pause, so a bit confused actually. Wonder what the outdoor temperature is. And let's find out. I can just point here. And here. 0 degrees. So we're getting there slowly. Way too slowly. Should have taken smaller breathers, huh? Not a lucky hand with the music today. Right. I didn't even notice that it was printing so many, because there's a vacuum here. I don't hear anything. I could have done it from the indoors, by the way. And now the entire arc furnace shenanigans can be handled from the indoors, while the heat that it excretes and the pollutant will go to the outside. And now finally the inlets, which is now harmless, because up here in the air, yeah, what's supposed to happen? Okay, we have automated the arc furnace. I will talk about the source code, but I mean conceptually, where is the copper that I had? Here we go. Just want to show off, that's why I split that into small stacks. And the satisfying clunk is not audible currently because I'm doing this experiment here and we can't hear anything. By the way, I should do this again. So we get some gas in here. Yeah, that's the automation of the arc furnace. And what's the trick? Well, what's the logic that I'm using? Okay, let me just summarize what I'm doing here. With this line, I'm asking, hey, is something in the input slot of the arc furnace? If so, write a 1 into this register. Otherwise, write a 0 in this register. And then I'm saying, write to the arc furnace on whatever is in a 0. So if there's something in there, then on will be 1 and activate will be 1. That's really how simple it is. Okay, now we have to talk about all the peripheral shenanigans. Here I'm defining the arc furnace, but now things get a little bit more complicated. Oops. The Futanari furnace. Arc furnace. 5 watts only, okay. So here we see the logic values. And one of them is on, one of them is activate, and then we see also the reference ID, and guess what that is? That is the number that refers to the unique object in the world. And then we also have the prefab hash. This is a bit weird of a word, but let's look up here. Structure arc furnace. Isn't that a text that occurs here in my source code? Yes. And what I'm doing is I'm using this word, which I can just click on to copy it to the clipboard and paste it in here. I'm using this word and turning it with this function hash into this number. So what I could have done instead is this. This can be used to comment your source code. So this is now inactive. I could have done this, but who the fuck can remember this number? But it's easy to remember the concept of structure, la 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 la. And so, okay, obviously we have some little bug here in the source code editor. I mean, this is a Unity 3D first-person action engineering simulator of unfathomable depth. We have a source code editor in here. Every line, by the way, is a Unity texture that has to be calculated. That is why opening the source code editor can take so long sometimes. So I'm turning this into a number, and that number is what the computer uses. So wait, the unique identity number of the arc furnace of the object that I built over there in this playthrough is this? No. No. See, we have the reference ID, that is the absolute number of the unique thing that is built in the world. The prefab hash refers to the type. So all arc furnaces will have this prefab hash. Because this means arc furnace. Structure arc furnace. There's, by the way, also the item kit arc furnace, which has this number. That might also become relevant when you, for example, want to program a sorter, a thing that has 1 input but 2 outputs for chutes. So you can say what's coming out of my deep miner centrifuge, if it's iron, go this way, if it's copper, go that way. And then you want to check on the item that is being piped through there. So yeah, that can make sense. But currently it wouldn't make sense. We have the arc furnace built out there. We need to address that. Alright. So with this I am saying give me the number that would refer to all arc furnaces that ever exist in the entire universe. And the chip though can only address with this logic connector here, which is also the power connector in this case, but doesn't matter. With that logic connector only the devices that are actually connected. Did the light just turn on? Oh, okay, I should burn some coal. Can only address devices that are connected to that same cable network. Great, I didn't bring coal. Let's just mine some while we're at it. There's coal. Nat King coal. Oh god damn it, I never realized the phonetic motherfucker. What did I just say? Can I cut this out? I mean, now I'm wondering how certain names come to be, you know, because there were certain abusive times, and these times are not over. They are still all over the world. There's black slaves, there's white slaves, there's slaves of all the colors, because mankind is still a piece of shit. It's just that in Western worlds that crap is over with, you know. Anyway... Well, I can't help it. My phonetic association system runs always, and so sometimes it does things And then I speak them, and then I'm sorry. Black humor, basically. Subi.
No, now you have to write your signal. Now you have to tell what your two allegiances.
Dude, I'm a human being. Do I have to say more? You fucking piece of shit. $19 is plenty, particularly given that the sun is currently shining. So where were we? Now when I'm using read, like load, or write, like S commands, it's always the first letter. I mean, you see an S here too, but it means something else. It means slot. If I'm using a read or write command, then I'm addressing individual devices. But here, I'm using the multitude of potential arc furnaces, like the entire type arc furnace, whatever arc furnace in the world, or connected to this logic circuit. I'm using that in my line here. Therefore, I need to use a special load or write command, read or write command, the batch command. These exist also for the logic chips that I talked about. There's not just the logic reader or the logic writer, there's also the batch reader and the batch writer. And they have an extra screw. And that extra screw, at least the reader, here I'm loading batch, you know, read batch, at least the reader needs this information. Why? Let's say there are 10 arc furnaces, and some of them are occupied and some of them are not. What is the computer supposed to do with that? What value do you want, man? You need to express that. When you write, then you don't need that, because you will just say all of them this, all of them will now get this. But when you read, you have to tell that. And there's the following four modes. It's very straightforward. Average, which is useful, for example, when you want to read the charge of the batteries. Like 10 batteries, just give me the average, and that's the power that I have in my station then. Assuming that the batteries are of the same type, else it's a bit more complicated. And then we have the minimum. So if 3 of them are 0 and 1 of them is 1, you will get 0. And if 3 of them are 0 and 1 of them is 1, here for maximum, you get 1. That's useful, for example, when you want to build a custom airlock and have placed a bunch of gas sensors and you want to evacuate your airlock, then certainly you want to find the highest pressure value that's still remaining in one of the boxes of your airlock, so you would use the maximum for the load batch command. And finally, sum. And that's the one I always use, unless I have a reason to use a different one. Fuck me. See, there's average, minimum, maximum, and sum. That's all there are, and that's logical, right? And the same you have also with the logic chips. So if need be, just build one of those. Look what the screw says. Why do I always use sum? Isn't that better to use average? I mean, average sounds like a safer choice. Definitely not, because it's night. Because think of our little gas canister experiment that is still running, which might explode at some point. If there's something that is wrong, you want to know about it. Average is a statement that might actually hide a mistake that you made. And you don't want that. You don't want a mistake that you made to be hidden. That's why I use sum. It's also the shortest word, easiest to type, so that saves you time and characters to type, makes it less obnoxious. So how are we doing? Where's that thing? I know I have a liquid gas canister somewhere. Here it is. What's its temperature? 19.5 still. Okay, we're fine. What are we doing here? How cold is this? This should be closed. Yeah, it's falling still. I wonder if we will ever reach minus 10 degrees or minus 5 or whatever, so that CO2 can become liquid. It's very tedious to do it like this, huh? Yeah, the problem is the cooling. I need to get cool. The pressure is not the problem, or letting it bleed out. Anyway. So let's talk about the entire source code. Here I'm defining a word, and this word represents a number. And that's the only thing that we have. We only have numbers. I can even say test. This works. The text hello is now encoded as a number and stored in the word test. And we can actually display texts in Stationeers up to 6 characters. Yep. That's the thing. That's the thing. And you can of course dynamically assemble them by shifting around bits and ORing values together and so forth. Anyway, the current source code is saying the arc furnace type, I want that as a number that I can later use just here as a word. Makes it more convenient. Also, the hashing doesn't have to be done every time anew. That would burden the program a little bit. You know, I don't want this. Here I'm saying whatever's on screw D0, turn that on. I could also maybe say activate. That would empty the stacker. Or I could possibly say mode. And it may be that this thing doesn't have a mode. Let's see, export. Oh, okay, it does have a mode. Shit. What is this pressure then? Pressure, it probably doesn't have a pressure, but pressure is a valid keyword. Export. And now we get this, and we would also hear that if I hadn't stupidly emptied the station. And what is it saying? It's saying incorrect logic type at line 2, obviously. I'm using a logic type that this device doesn't support. And there's even a command in this programming language, you can look them up all here, that can allow you to test if a device that you're currently addressing is supporting a certain logic value. And then you can branch to place A or can continue execution where you are right now. Yeah, okay, I've demonstrated the stacker. Let's leave that up here for reference. You can have that on screen. And what is this? This is a marker to which I can jump. I could also just say jump to 4. That would also work, but this will not jump to this line. That would be fine in this particular situation, but obviously you get what I'm trying to say. It's better to jump to a marker, because that will then stay synchronous with whatever you have written here. And that is all pretty clear. Define the number. Here we have an endless loop, jump to that place, and then do that arc furnace thing, like check if there's something in there, num 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 num. But what is this? Well, we are running in a game right now. And so the game needs to enforce its overall simulation. It needs to make sure that that everything makes sense. And therefore, after 128 lines, not even statements like this is a command, this is a command, this is a command, but lines, like even lines with a comment or even empty lines, after 128 lines of execution, it will force you to take a break. It will yield for you. It will say 1.5 seconds, which is 1 game tick. We will now wait, and then we continue execution. This, for example, has also the advantage that if I say arc furnace on, then that can happen. While we're in this loop, endlessly, that will not happen. And so it makes sense for you to yield voluntarily, because that will allow you to define when that will happen. Also, why would you burn through hundreds of lines here to do something that cannot possibly take effect, because you have to first wait for the device to pick up on what you have told it to do. After this, a yield has to happen, else the device will not act like you told it to act. That's why basically most programs will look like this: start, yield, jump start, and then here will be whatever you want to do. Time to get some gas, I guess. Done. And I should have checked first how cold the gas is. 11 degrees, fine. Or how hot it is. We should be at minus temperatures now, right? Okay. It might be maybe that, well, the closer we get to the temperature that we have right now out there, the slower this descent will happen. I wonder, can I make this faster by adding more of these radiators? Definitely, but will this be tangible? Let's make excuse me. Let's make 8 more. I do have 8 pipes after all. So there was an easy, simple example of a program. Now let's recapitulate. We have we need to address devices, so we can read what their state is, and so that we can act on them, so that we can define what their state is. One way to do that is to just select on the screw which device we want to address. That's the simplest way, but you only have 6 screws. And if you build an atmospherics device, like the filtration unit that you have seen a few times in these 2 episodes, where you can also plug in a chip, then you will only have 2 screws. This is probably no longer meaningful, because I guess we're close to morning. But okay, let's do it anyway. So, is it getting colder faster now? Yeah, a little bit, not much. The problem is that the pressure out here is so low. That's why we don't make good ground, you know. Actually, 2 kilopascals. It might be that we get more mileage if we use a radiator variant. Let's try that. Let's try that. Shit. I don't have time for this, man. It's getting warmer already.
Power low.
I am not sure if that is happening a bit more fast now. I'm not sure. I think that 6 kilopascals is actually the limit for certain gas logic operations in Stationeers. It might well be that this is also the limit for this one, so maybe this whole time we could have benefited from rather using the radiation kind, because the convection kind is certainly much weaker when it comes to radiating, you know? And so maybe we have wasted time this whole time. Okay, it's not doing much right now. And now I have to dismantle them again. Shit. Anyway, this is obviously not the way to really implement it, but it's a nice experiment and gives you some perspective. It's all intentional. Was all the plan? Obviously I don't have a plan, else this would be so much less confusing. The station battery. It is not yet connected to the logic here, because this one separates our cable networks. I will now dismantle this and connect the cable networks. I could also have just taken this cable and connected over here directly, which would have been fine. I don't know why this thing is currently showing an error. Oh right, I forgot to write the correction. Yeah, okay. And now I can say to the battery, for example, define bat hash. I mean, okay, why am I using this word here? You can also write battery, and it stays white. So I guess it's not a keyword. Let's see. But But obviously, I mean, you might be using a word in the end that exists already. Capitalization matters, as you can see here. So that's why I use these words. For example, if I want a gas sensor, then I would say sense gas. Like this, you know, then I would alternate. For example, cooling. If it's for my cooling system or for indoor measurement, then I would do this. I would say sense gas indoor, for example, because this word absolutely doesn't exist. No, it doesn't exist anywhere in this entire system except if I've made it myself. That is why I use these kinds of words. So, structure battery. Yeah, the keyboard isn't optimally placed. And then I can say, for example, SB, like now I'm addressing all devices of this type, on 0. In other words, I'm turning off my station battery. Now it's off, and the power is off too. And why is it on now? Despite me putting it in the source code, you know the answer. It's above the main loop, so it will not be executed. By the way, what about the registers? I'm reading something into this register R0 here. Will they keep their values? Yes, they do keep their values, even when you save your game. So if you save and load and reboot the game, whatever, the chip will keep the register values. Even if you rewrite the source code, they will keep their register values. And by the way, this thing also has some memory of, I think, 500 or so memory cells, which are like the registers. You can write a number in them. 64 bits, by the way, the registers, and they're floating point numbers. So decimal values, 1, 1.5, 1.7, stuff like that. Could burn some coal, huh? So what could a cooling system algorithm look like? Yeah, I will do this. So in case I have two batteries too close together so I cannot reach the switch on their sides, I can just turn them on like this. A cooling system algorithm. Well, let's see. I would load, I will just write L here as if that's correct. Load into a register the temperature. From where? From a device. From a device I will read the temperature that I have in my station. Then if GT, if it's greater, this is not how you write it, I'm just writing pseudocode to give you some idea what the algorithm would be like. If it's greater than, let's say, 25 Celsius, station too hot. And we can write this one already. And then here, when station too hot, we can say, now depends on what the cooling system implementation is. I would say the implementation would use what I normally do. I would just have a pipe that connects to the outside, and I would fill it with gas from the station, and this would then equalize the station gas around with and so forth. Therefore, we would say pump gas until enough, and that's it. So pump gas until enough. That's what station too hot does. Why? Because once there's enough gas in that pipe, the cooling will take place by itself. We'd have to do nothing. Eventually, though, we will end up cooling system. Eventually, though, we will end up here in this line, because the station will no longer be too hot. And what do we do then? Evacuate gas until empty. And then what? And then we're done in principle, but there's one thing missing. No, cooling done. Because we have to... Oh, that was stupid. Because we have to go down there. Let's read the source code again. I find out what my station temperature is. If it's too hot, we jump down here and pump gas until enough. And then we continue here and nothing more is happening. If it's not too hot, then we evacuate the gas until it's empty, and then we jump down here to cooling down. If we would not do that, instead we would fall through, is what that's called, and we would execute this part, as if the station is too hot. It's not too hot though. See? And that's what the cooling system would be. Now let's implement that with actual commands. From what device would I read the station temperature? From the gas sensor. So let's say sense gas hash, and what's the name for it? Structure gas sensor. That's the name. Once I've fixed the spelling error, structure gas sensor. Do I want to read from any and all gas sensors? Well, now it gets interesting. Define a sense gas indoor hash I don't know. It doesn't matter really what I put here. I can now go and save the game and print a gas sensor here from a kit sensor. Where is my electronics printer? And then I can also demonstrate to you how you can actually write some values onto the housing so you can debug. Okay, where will I put the cooling system? I don't know, maybe actually close to this so I can take a look at what's happening. Or maybe here, it can reach, as a pipe, can reach over these manufactories. That's a good thing. And where would the gas sensor be then? Right here? No, no, no. If the gas sensor is right here, then the cooling system will affect it directly. So the station will think that it's cold enough when only a small portion of the station is cold enough. It's better to distance this a bit, but not too far away, because if you put it too far away, then you will then eventually the cold stage will arrive in that corner of the station. Then you turn off your cooling, but then overall the ebb and flow of cool and hot and so forth will be biased towards too cold. So you don't want that. Let me reactivate the thing. And coincidentally, these things we will also use later to implement the actual cooling system, as if we need one. So what's happening? -2 degrees and falling. Man, I should... No, I want to know. I want to know whether these ones or the convection ones would be better for Mars. I mean, that's something that you want to know too, right? So let me suffer through the experiment. Here we have outside we have -44 degrees. That's basically the minimum. And the temperature is falling, -2.23. 2.4, 2.5, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 2.6. It takes like 5 seconds. 2.7, 2.8, 2.9. And so forth. -46 degrees, it was -44 before, that should make a difference. 44, 45, oh my god, look at that, it's so much faster. Okay, so we know now, even though the pressure is only 2 kilopascals, which is very, very low, the convection radiators are way better for Mars. I mean, that's a statement as clear as day. So we have connected the gas sensor here. Now we'll give it a name, and that is where the labeler comes in, which is very important for programming, which is why I actually want to print the mod thing, right? Didn't I want to do that? Mod electronics printer mod. Need more steel. I have steel lying around somewhere. I'm sorry that we have this evacuated station. I mean, this isn't quite a planned playthrough. I guarantee you when I do the polished explanation videos, they will be extremely focused and not waste any time. So only one electronics printer mod, that's a mistake that often happens. Very annoying when that happens. Cooling, okay, that's not the name this thing shall have. Sense, gas, indoor. You don't have to do this, you can also use uppercase characters and spaces, doesn't matter, but I want to feel like I'm in control. When I do this, then I know with certainty what this is, and I cannot be wrong about it. Wait, I have to get rid of a reminder. So now this thing has this name, Sense Gas Indoor. And now let me demonstrate what that name is good for. First, I want to comment this because this is in the way. I cannot export the source code, it would not be running. So now we have this Sense Gas. I will write this name wrong here. And now I will load batch named to R0. Temperature, some STB setting R0. I will explain this, of course. So we see now when we point at the housing, state 0. For comparison, now we see 2, 3, 4. And by the way, what you can also do is, we can say SDB mode 1, and then we can say str hello. Hello. Yeah, so you can have your debug values be speaking. Let's see what that number would be, because mode 0 is the default mode, which is numeric. That's what the number would look like, of these 6 characters combined. Anyway, that's not what I want to do. I want to write R0, but why is R0 0? Because the name is wrong. But let me do something else then. Let me just say I don't use this line. Instead, oops, sorry. Instead, I use this line. I will explain it. Now we see constantly the Kelvin scale temperature, which, by the way, in Celsius is sub this. We have minus 4 degrees, and it is falling. I'm not sure. Anyway, so now let's look at the source code. What does it even mean? What did I do there? How full is the battery? Looking good. I said load batch, like load from any and all devices that are connected to this cable network that fit this type number. Structure gas sensor turned into a number. This number derived from that name with the hash command stored in this word. So here I'm saying load from this type of device, from all of them that are connected, the temperature, and if there are multiple here, if there are multiple gas sensors, add them up. I only have one, so that's fine. But what is this then? This, if you have, which you already probably have guessed, is the same thing using the named filter approach. Like if the name here is wrong, I will just get no device, and so the number that I will get is 0. And so after my Celsius correction, we have minus 273.15, which is the Celsius value of the lowest possible temperature. Yeah, I know, science has said there can be negative Kelvin, blah 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 blah, but that's not helpful right now. Okay, load batch loads from all devices of the type. Load batch named loads from all devices of that type that also happen to have this name. So if I have like 10 solar panels out there which are placed in a certain way, and then I have 10 others that are placed the other way around, so I can save on cables when I connect them, then I can name one group one name, the other group the other name, and then I can address both groups with two lines of code that address overall all solar panels, but separately. That's pretty cool, this name filter. So device addressing. You have screws L and S, and by the way also LS and SS. What does the S stand for? It stands for slot. Because here I'm saying load from any of our arc furnaces into register R0, load batch, from the slot. You can see here that it is asking for the slot index, logic type and batch mode. Now it's only asking for the logic type and batch mode. Now it also wants the slot index. So you're addressing the device and you want to know about a slot that it has. Maybe we should look at the arc furnace so we get some idea of what that means. All these things that we scrolled past the whole time, now they begin to make sense, don't they? Here we have the slots: import, slot 0, export, slot 1, that's on the output side, which we don't care about normally. And then here we have the logic values. And here we have the logic slots. And you can see here for slot 0 and for slot 1, the term occupied applies, or the occupant hash, so you can find out what, if that's iron ore, you get the number of the iron ore name, basically. The thing that I have at the top of my source code, define hash and so forth. You can find out how high the stack is, how much is there. You can find out how damaged it is from storm or fire. Class, there's some certain groups of items like iron ore, copper ore and so forth. All of them are ore, and I believe they all will fall into the same class. I've never used this though. It's a good stuff. It's a good thing, but I don't know about it. That's what I'm saying. You can find out what the max quantity is, like 50 for example, because these stacks, they can only take 50. If it's an ingot, then you will get 500 because they can maximum be 500. Prefab hash, that is the unique identity number in the world. Sorting class, I don't know. Class versus sorting class, what the difference is, I don't know. Oh, and reference ID. This is the absolute number in the world, and this is the type number, like what I did with the arc furnace. Yeah. Prefab hash is the type, and reference ID is that one unique thing. Reference in a computer language as in numbers. And you can find all of that stuff via the slots. Now let's look at the spacesuit, EVA suit. Oh, it doesn't have any slots. No, I mean it's the jetpack. Yeah. The jetpack basic, it has also some logic slots, and you can find out occupied for all its many slots. But the pressure you can only find out for slot 0. And that makes sense because the jetpack has one canister. So slot 0 also has the value 0, pressure and temperature. So that's how that works. Load something. Type of loading is batch. In this case, you have to tell it the device type. And S and L, they are meant to read from an absolute thing. From the device connected to the screw, from the device reference via its absolute number that is stored in the register, or you can just write the number directly. That is what this ID is supposed to mean, identity. See, it's pretty straightforward. Okay, it's morning again. I need to do a thing. How cold is this, by the way, now? -6 degrees. We're getting there. Slowly. I guess the next night should begin to kick in the balls, that we lose some CO2 by it liquefying. Or maybe we already did, and maybe that heating effect from the condensation was so strong that it heated up again. That's also possible. Should be 6. I keep saying that I'm unlucky with the music, but I am. I mean, usually I have a good streak, but these two playthrough episodes, not so much. So we were talking about the cooling system. Now we know the temperature in the station. What did I do there? I load batch name from any and all devices of this type that also happen to have this name represented via a number. I return a name into a number. How? By using the hash statement. And it has to be spelled uppercase. Just like str has to be spelled uppercase. That's just the way it is. you will get used to that quickly, because your source code will pretty much always look basically like this. I mean, if you close your eyes slightly and look at this like squinted eyes, this will look like every source code you've ever seen in Stationeers, roughly. I should tell you also about another thing while we're at it before we move on to the cooling system. Alias. Oh, wrong. Stacker D0. See, here I'm saying D0 shall be turned on. I can also say stacker now, or rather stacker. Because let's be careful, right? Stacker. Because now that is the same thing. You might wonder why is there define and why is there alias. You have to remember this is a constant number that will never change unless you overwrite it, which is possible, but I never do that. I keep my names. I mean, I don't overwrite that further down in the same source code. This though is a reference to a value holder. D0 is a value holder. And you can also do the same, by the way, with registers. You can say R0 is my temporary variable, tempo or something, and then I can use the word tempo here. I never do that because the first registers are 0, R1, R2, and so forth. I always use them dynamically, willy-nilly, as I need them. But since there's also register R15, which I rarely climb up to when I'm programming something, these are the ones that I would name. And so I could say, for example, temperature. The temperature indoor I will now read into this register, which is no longer R0, but I don't have to bother, I just need to use the name. Shazam, and now we have that same thing. I will explain it again. Maybe pump some more gas in here with this ridiculous contraption. Edit. So again, what I'm doing is, I'm saying alias here because I want this name to represent a value holder. This is a value holder and it holds the value that points to the device. This is a value holder and it holds whatever value I have put in here, in this case the temperature. This is just an absolute number which won't change unless I explicitly change it. That's why we have define for constants, so to speak, and alias for references, like a finger. Here we have a hand that is holding a value, and here we have a finger that is pointing to the moon. Or rather, this is the finger that's pointing to the moon. This thing. Anyway, doesn't matter. Now we know the temperature and God fucking damn it. Give me good music already, universe. You owe me that. Yes, universe owes me. That's my attitude. Because I am crazy like that. Doesn't matter. Let's move on. Okay. The cooling system consists of, for example, loading the temperature. Load device temperature. We have done that now. Except I have also turned that into Celsius, and I have also written that to the IC housing. That's something I should still explain. But first let's look at the subtraction. See, most commands want to know where the value that you're currently processing here in this line shall go. The first thing is always the target. Look at this. I'm loading a value. Where do I loading it? Where, towards which am I loading this value? Towards this register. It goes in there. Here I'm writing a value. Where will the value go? Into the arc furnace. Here I'm subtracting a value. Where will the result go? It will go into this register. And what is it that I'm subtracting? I'm subtracting this value. From what? From this. That's what's happening here. Yeah, the printer mod has been made, so we need to screw that on here. Now we have the advanced printer, which needs a while to boot up and prints faster and uses more electricity. And now I want to print the other mods too. For example, the first thing I love to print is the tool printer mod. Tool printer mod. Because then we get a bigger tool belt. Yeah, baby. That will be fun. The most important upgrade ever. And of course also a heavy mining drill, which goes through the terrain like butter. Okay. Loading the temperature, turning it into Celsius. So I'm subtracting from the temperature that I found, which is Kelvin, 273.15. I swear I will kill the DJ. And then that is Celsius, and it will be written into the target. And here I'm using indeed the same register, and I don't need the Kelvin version any longer. I could write this into a different registers, a register named or not, doesn't matter, or a 0, which is actually still free here. But why would I? I don't need the Kelvin anymore. So I will just, you know, do like this. The Kelvin minus this becomes Celsius. And that will then be written here. That is what this line does. And basically every command wants to know first where the data goes. That's what you should remember. And all the device addressing commands will start with an S if they're write, and start with an L if they load. Now what's the next thing that we want? Oh, by the way, this I wanted to explain. SDB setting. We already know the screws, DB, D0, D1, D2 and so forth. But what we don't know yet is DB. DB is just a fixed keyword, and that keyword, oh man, I still need more coal, and that keyword means the device in which the chip is housed. That is what that means. -1 degrees. Ah, that's good enough. I think we can start.
Waste tank critical.
Fuck off. Oh, the battery is empty.
Oxygen low.
Just in this moment. Awesome. -6. And falling? Yes.
Oxygen critical.
Actually, it's rising right now because I stupidly did that too early. But okay. It's gonna be -40 very soon. Yeah, you have some time. It depends on world, really. -6.9, -6.91, -6.92. It's getting colder. And let's see again at dioxide what the phase change diagram is. We currently have very high pressure. So you can see here -10, -11 degrees. Once we have reached that, CO2 will bleed out, but it will also heat this up again. So that's just the problem that we have here. I just want to show / test how that works, that's all. Eventually I will just toss down oxide again, it's getting ridiculous. Okay, let's do one of the most fun things that you can ever do in this game. Upgrade the tool belt. And meanwhile, maybe I want to print the mod for the pipe bender, so that we can make, for example, the large powered vents for the airlock. I don't have space for this in... Oh, yes, I do. Actually, this... Do I? Not currently. I would have to change things. Am I printing only one of these? I hope so. Let's make the advanced tool belt. Tool belt Mark II, which needs Constantan, which I have lying around. I don't? Oh, did I toss everything in here? I didn't. I do have Constantan somewhere. Where might that be? I am doing something very wrong. Where is my Constantan? Oh, here it is, in this very printer. I just didn't see that the first time. Anyway. So I'm writing to the device in which the chip is housed. Let's say the chip would be housed in an atmospherics device. Then I could say load into whatever register from the device that the chip is housed in, temperature input. That would be the temperature on the input side of that device, because that device has that value. See, that's what dB is good for. And I will keep this up so that we have the constant temperature control there, why not? So what is the next step? I already wrote that down. If greater than, and that works like this. If the temperature indoor is greater than 25, branch down there. That's how that works. Branch greater than, then it wants to know based upon which value, that's the value here, let's say R0 for example, and then it wants to compare with which value, 25 in this case, and then it wants to know where we branch. So first we read again. The first thing that we do is we read. On we go. All right, I need to charge something, else I will be surprised later. And hey, shouldn't we print some large batteries to alleviate this ridiculous situation that we're in? For which we need steel, gold, and copper. Large battery. Battery cell large. Oh, I need more copper. Well, then put more copper in, man. I need more gold, let's put more gold in then. There it is, the tool belt Mark II. Time to move. The spray cans, by the way, are made with a tool printer. See how much bigger this guy is? And the small tool belt I will never ever need again, so go away. And this, I would say, let's make the arc welder, huh? Oh man, I made more batteries than I intended to make. But okay, that's that then. Are there some batteries rolling around here? No, somewhere maybe? No, so I guess we only made like 3 or whatever. Okay. So I can now put some large batteries in my stuffs. And the small ones? Well, don't toss them away. Just not yet. Okay. Where was I? I think I wanted to print something, right? I forgot. Doesn't matter. The arc welder, sure. Steel, Electrum, Invar&Solder. Electrum&Solder. Good thing we split it up early, huh? And steel. Do we have more steel, maybe? There needs to be some steel somewhere. I only made a little, so it wouldn't surprise me if that was all the steel we had. We have 18. How much do we need? 10. Oh, that's enough. How are we doing? 400 watts is not really much. This one is charging with 1000. Much faster. 28. 30? Okay, well that happens too, I guess. 54, 55, 56. Of course, this sucks the battery dry. By the way, talking about sucking dry, what about the phase change experiment? Aha, the CO2 is getting fucking liquid. Fine fuckily. Or something. Good. So we are reducing that, and the percentage O2 will of course slowly increase. Because it's relative. I need some battery here. A salt and battery. Let's put this one in then. And now we have the arc welder. Let's demonstrate what that would do by dismantling the station a little bit. Yeah, you can see the soil is actually airtight. And let's weld. Yeah. This is the way. Alright, next step. Now we... yeah, okay. We have greater than or equal, less than or equal, equal, and not equal. These exist. And if you now look in here, you will find that the branch commands... where is it? Here. Branch equal and branch equal AL and so forth. You can see there is some composition here. B means branch. EQ means equal. Could also have been not equal or greater than equal. And then we also have AL. Maybe I should mention that also while we're at it. Subroutine. If I want to do a certain thing multiple times, for example, I have 4 manufactories and I want to add stackers to the manufactories, and I want to turn those stackers automatically on. Then I can say up here, I want to prepare a value in a register, however that then works, and then I jump to the subroutine, but I don't jump like this. That is not good. I have to jump like this. What's the difference? The only difference is, once I have arrived here, the information that I was coming from here will have been written into register RA. We have register R0 to register R15. But we also have register RA and we have register SP, which is the stack pointer. I'm not going to talk about this in this playthrough or in this episode. And RA is just like R0, R1, R2 and so forth. It's just a placeholder, except it is kind of dedicated. I mean, you can also just say jump R0. You can say move R0 RA. Now I have copied the value that is in RA once again into the target. The first thing is the target after a statement. That has been copied here, and then I can say jump R0. That works. It's not like RA is special for jumping. No, it's not. Yeah. So, and what is that good for? Because when I then do this, I will return to this place, I mean to this very next line. So if I then do the other subroutines also, the other printers, I mean, yeah, all 4 printers I can serve like this. And this one will jump back to this position. I will jump back to this position, and then this position, and then this position, and then this position. See, that's why it's useful. You can just call that from any place, and then it will return to the place where you called. And then we continue execution from there. That's what the subroutine does. And that's this term AL. So now you know what BEQAL is. It is a branch to a place. I mean, what does this one do? This branches to a certain location in your source code. If the 2 values that you're comparing are equal. And it also stores the code location in register RA. So later you can just say J RA. What you can also, of course, do is you can use one of these commands, for example BEQ, and jump to RA. You can say, okay, I'm checking in my subroutine or whatever, if something is greater than, and if it is, then I jump to whatever RA is currently holding, because it's just a number. It's just, you know. And subroutine is not a spatial context or something. This execution up here is exactly the same like this one. The only difference is we got there via this command, and therefore this value, this register is now holding a meaningful return value. That's the only difference. Otherwise the execution is completely the same. but we don't need this here. And most of the time I don't use subroutines, because most of the time I will just do some logic block like this one that deals with a certain topic, and then I have an empty line, and then I move on to the next topic. And what's the next topic? Station to hot. Pump gas until enough. Well, if you want to pump gas until enough, then we want to say to a device, which will be the active vent, of course. So that will be of type vent. Vent cooling, of the cooling system. I know these don't exist yet, but, you know, we can plan this already. I want to say on. No, that's not true. First we want to define whether things shall pump. We have to set the mode. And what is that? Active vent. No, wrong. Here we have the logic values that it has. For example, the pressure external and pressure internal. These are the back pressure and pressure regulator protections that it has that I explained at length. And here are the logic slots, so I can, for example, find out whether there's a disk in there. And here I can define the mode. Outward, out of the pipe network into the room, or inward, into the pipe network. Mode 1 is what I've chosen here, so what I'm saying here, in the case of station too hot, suck from the room into the pipe, and then do it. Do it? Always? Unconditional? No, until enough. So I have to put not 1 here, or 0, but a register, because I have to figure out something. I need to write something into this register. But what? Well, I have to find out what the pressure is in the pipe system, because once the pressure is high enough, the pipe is activated, so to speak, and I don't want to do that further. Let me just deal with the morning. I know, this is getting pretty old. But now we have finally worked ourselves towards a state where we actually have minus temperatures. And indeed, do we have minus temperatures in them? Minus 7 degrees, that's pretty close to where we need to go. And what about the CO2? Okay, it still has 90% ratio. But okay, maybe next time. And then I guess I will cancel the experiment or whatever. Yeah. By the way, normally when I create a cooling system, the first thing I do... Oh, wait. The first thing I do is I build the system and then I program it. This is the first time that I do it this way around. Alright, so... I need to get into register R0 the information of whether the pipe is empty. So first I need to find out the pipe pressure. So there will be again a load batch named command here into register R0 from a device. And what device will that be? Well, we have a pipe analyzer in the game which you can slap on an existing pipe, and then it will tell you what's going on in the pipe. So that will be the pipe analyzer. I always use this shortcut because, I mean, you have seen that I shortcut everything, so I shortcut this one too. I mean, fuck it. And then with the one particular for this purpose, that I will name, of course. And what do I want to know? The pressure. This will give me kilopascals. But this is not all. Now I know the pressure. What I need to find out, though, is the pressure too high or too low or whatever. And now you might think I need to write a branching block here with some labels, and one will write value 1 into R0 or something, but no, we don't need to do that. We can convert this here is for branching, but the same exists also for writing a logic value. If the value LT is less than, if the value in R0 is less than, let's say, 2000, which is 2 megapascal, 2000 kilopascals, right, like this. First the target. This is the target. And here I'm finding out if the pressure in the pipe is less than 2 megapascals. If that is so, that will be a 1. And so now I have my logic statement. Then the vent will be on and will pump something in the pipe, else the vent will be off. That is what this does. So pump gas until enough has been implemented, only the devices don't exist yet, and thus also the definitions up there don't exist yet. But that is the code. This is the source code. So what do we do if the station is not too hot? Well, again, we want to know the pressure of the pipe analyzer, and since we want to know that again, I would rather say alias cooling, press cooling, R14. I will reserve a register for that. I don't need to reserve a register, it's just so that it stays a bit more neat, you know? So I will write that higher up here. I will find out the pressure in the cooling system, I will find out the temperature, and then I start with my logic. If it's greater than, let's say, 23 degrees, then the station is too hot. And if the pressure in the pipe is less than 2 megapascals, then the vent will be on. And here I will say right into the... Oh, that was wrong. That was wrong. I don't want to poison my nice cooling pressure register. Not that it matters really, because I don't need it anymore in this cycle of the main loop, but you know, it's the press cooling, so it is the press cooling, and that's what it shall remain. If the press cooling is less than 2000, I want a 1 here, and that
Hunger caution.
I write into the vent cooling. And here I say if the pressure in the pipe is greater than 0, press cooling. If the press cooling is greater than 0, then I want to write that into R0, and accordingly I will then invert the vent. I will do the same thing in the opposite direction. I will pump from the pipe network into the room, and I will only do that until the pipe network is empty. And we can write that in a different way. I'm saying greater than 0. These commands which refer to... Okay, there's a special variant of these commands with a 0, so you don't have to write that. The reason for that is that it's coming from classic processor development, where you would rather create more commands than load another unnecessary value from the slow memory of the computer, which is very slow in comparison to the processor's internal memory. So I'm saying if pressure cooling is greater than 0, I want a 1 here. You could also say not equal to 0, but I will stick with greater than. Doesn't matter. And that is the entire cooling source code. Now I need to create the devices, name the devices, and that's it. Then the cooling system will run. Guess what? Temperature outside is... Yeah, we are there again. So is this even feasible? It's the first time that I do it like this. Or do I need to install this differently? I mean, maybe I need to collect a lot of cold gas from multiple nights into some tank and then do some stuff like this. Who knows? Yeah, what's the temperature development? Yeah, it's getting colder. And I need to turn this dude off. And we need to eat and drink so that you're not annoyed by the alarms so very much. If I wouldn't be so buried mentally trying to do all these things and telling you about them, I would be more perceptive of my environment, I tell you. Now we need to build the cooling system, so let me make some pipes. And after this night I will definitely dismantle, or I will at least no longer utilize that, because I need the radiators. I don't want to print so many more radiators. Okay, so the cooling system shall come in here through the wall. Not in the ceiling. Oh, it's a storm. Let me just check. I'm not sure. I think during a storm, Mars is even colder. That would be very useful. That would be fortunate. Let's check that out. Oh, it's warmer? You're fucking shitting me. I mean, you're really shitting me here, right? Guess what? Now it will heat up again. I will actually... Sorry for cheating, but this is just too annoying for me right now. Goodbye, Storm. So in the ceiling would not be good. By the way, if I place a pipe like this and there's gas in the pipe, then it will bleed thermal energy between the inside and the outside. Which means that actually I could place it there. What I'm used to doing like this, I can't rethink this now and do all the other things in parallel. It doesn't fly, man. Okay, I will slap some radiators on this one. On the outside we need some more. A bunch more, actually. I can do that vertically. We don't have to, like, do a horizontal thing to walk on or something. And then we need a pipe analyzer, and we'll print that here then. Electrum. Maybe you have noticed when I selected something in the printers that there's often a variant for gas and for liquid, and yeah, you have to consider that. You have to build accordingly. Do I need another active vent right now? Yeah, let's make another one. They're cheap. Cheap enough. And another thing, I want another passive liquid drain, because the cooling system may eventually have liquid stuff inside, particularly the pollutant is prone to becoming liquid when the pressure is high, even if the temperature is not yet that low, and I don't want to risk that. So, this thing goes here, and then we
Power low.
connect this. Come on. Why is the auto-rotate not considering this? Passive liquid drain, where do I put this? Ah, maybe here. It's not like it will seep back in because the opening is towards the top. That's not a thing. And here is the pipe analyzer. I might have to make some cables. How are we doing? Yeah, it's liquefying and therefore seeping out. You can see that here, because that's what's happening. Hey, 90%! Finally something's happening! Maybe we should do this yet another night, because, I mean, we have just reached the point where it's finally taking effect. I mean, now we have done all these shenanigans, and we haven't yet found out whether it's actually effective. I guess we have to do it another night. And therefore, I will now indeed print some more radiators. Steel Invar. Wait, that's wrong. Pipe radiator. Steel. Do we have some steel here? I guess so. 1 gram. No, not really. Anywhere else, maybe? By the way, the heavy mining drill needs more steel. My god! I don't have enough steel to pull this off. Cannot do this. Okay, I will now... I mean, you have seen all these things, so why do I have to go through this right now? That's just... things spawn. And I normally don't do that, I assure you. That should work, huh? Now we need more gold. Beep, 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 beep. Cables, cables, cables. Oh, wait, what? Yeah, forced perspective, of course. Haha, this had interrupted the printing process because the cable network was reset for whatever stupid reason. So let's turn it on and then we see nothing is in there, no temperature, and capacity 80 liters of the pipe network, and liquids volume currently that's in there 0, no liquids in there. I need some more of these, so 1, 2, 3, 4 something. That may be enough. Now some pipes on the outside. Now let me demonstrate the power of the cooling system for a second. In the station we have low pressure and we have 9 degrees. I will now pump something into the pipe. You can see here it's the temperature is 8.4 degrees. You can see the little grey number in the tooltip next to the Kelvin temperature, 281 Kelvin, and right to the right of that we have 8 degrees Celsius, 7.9, 7. Hello. Let's turn that off. And anyway, now that we have that, the station is being touched by the cold of the outside, and so, yeah, in principle we have a cooling system. Let me evacuate that again. And now we need to name the devices, and then we have to write them in the source code. So that thing is vent cooling. And this thing is analyzer cooling. Define vent with E, vent hash structure active vent. Define vent cooling hash structure, what am I saying? Vent cooling. Okay, save and run. By the way, I told you at some point that a pipe is just a volume. So if I take out a pipe in the middle, suddenly we have 2 volumes. We have 2 different pipe networks. And what happens to the gas that was in there? Well, the game would go and separate them equally, basically, depending on the why do we have gas streaming here? I don't get it, actually. We'll separate them equally, so to speak. But what happens if you then dismantle more and more and more and more and more of the pipe? Yeah, what you guessed it, the pressure up here in the pipe will increase further and further, and this you can use actually to use an active vent to pump the pipe as full as you can without having to program the active vent, because you know that it will stop at a certain maximum pressure, 50 megapascals. But then you can just dismantle the pipes and then the pressure will be exceeded and then the pipe will explode. And thus you have made yourself a passive vent, which may be useful when you're in a pinch. 88 CO2, so that is indeed shifting. Oh, looking forward to the next night, huh? I have to stop soon because I got other things to attend to today, but I think this one we can still pull off. That's what she said. Yeah. Define anal hash structure pipe analyzer. So two things wrong. This is wrong, and they actually accidentally misspelled that for whatever reason. So we have this historical error in there that we have to keep living with. Anal cooling hash no cooling. So now we should have a working cooling system if I didn't make a mistake. And let's see what happens. Export. Okay, something is definitely not right. One thing, this thing is being addressed. That's good. We cannot tell whether this thing is being addressed. Why is this happening? If the pressure in the cooling pipe is greater than 0, then there shall be 1, so you can suck from the pipe. Oh, right. I forgot to jump there. That's exactly this fall through scenario that I was talking about. Aha, and it automatically turned off. That indicates that this guy is actually being used. Because else why would it have stopped? But there's another way to check that. When I'm reading the pressure from that guy, I will do something else also. I will make sure that it is on, and I will also make sure that it is locked. What does lock mean? Lock is a thing you already know from the doors, when suddenly the logic takes over and you can no longer operate them, basically, when it turns red, basically. Can I turn this off? I can. Oh, I did something wrong? Incorrect variable line 25. Right. I want to lock it and I want it to be on. Now it's on and it cannot be turned off because basing logic upon a measurement device that's currently turned off, I mean, which controls your reality and might explode everything, that's something you don't want. So... why is the pressure here so very low? 7 kilo. Yeah, because I pumped everything into my little experiment here, that's why. All the pressure that we have here, the 7 kilopascals, are from this guy. Okay, now we have a cooling system, and to test that, I will just set it to... well, that's the problem. I would have to set it to a much lower value than 12, so that it kicks in. But currently, the temperature out there is greater. So that would not work. This works fine on Mars for a temperature of 20 or 23 or so degrees, but during the night, of course, that would work anyway. And I can now connect a daylight sensor and just say the cooling system should, if at all, only kick in during the night. That's a possibility. Yeah. So I think we have a cooling system now. Since I want to shut this down now, let me just... do some trick here. Window height 10, orbit time scale 0.001 or something. Okay, a little bit faster, or even faster than that. Ah shit, that was too long. That's what she said. Okay, I think we now have the peak night temperature. It's, I mean, the coldest. Yeah. Pretty cold out there. So this can now constantly run. I just freeze the time, you know, time scale 0, nothing's gonna happen. And now I can also set this guy to a lower temperature so we can verify whether it would cool down the station. What is the station temperature? It's 14 degrees, let's say 12 degrees. So I say temperature indoors 12. If it's greater than 12, station too hot. Export. Now we have some gas in here. Keeps pumping until 2 megapascals, then it stops. It overshoots a little, but this doesn't matter at all, doesn't matter. By the way, this will cool down the gas because out there it's cold, which means that the gas in here will shrink, because that's what the game also does. If gas expands, it gets hotter. Therefore, it might be that this thing will kick in for a short moment later, because we have fallen below the arbitrary value that they set of 2 megapascals. Anyway, station is 13 degrees right now, and will eventually be even lower, I would say. It's a weak cooling solution, I think, because the pressure out there is so low. In here, okay, in here also, but I mean, what I need to cool is little. So that the pressure in here is low is not a problem. But that which I am cooling with is also little, and that matters. So I could, for example, go and make that cooling solution way more big, and then we would... What's happening? Why is this not cooling? Motherfucker. Because, yeah, but there are other ways to cool, and it would be more interesting to, for example, use phase change. In which way? By saying, I will evaporate a liquid, and that liquid will then thus cool down, just like the opposite of what's happening here. Here, we have things heating up, because they're condensing. But if we pump gas out of a pipe that has some liquid, then the gas will evaporate, and so things will cool down. Man, I ran out of power again. Yeah, well, what you can do, for example, put up more solar panels, which you can print with the electronics printer. Have more batteries, so you have more buffer. Have a warning in here that tells you, hey, the batteries are low, let this thing automatically pump coal, and so forth and so forth. So temperature in here is 7 degrees. Excuse me. That's not the temperature I wanted. Did I make a programming error? Probably. That's disturbing. I was so convinced that is correct. So if the station is not too hot, let's see if we arrive here. Write dB setting 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I have to turn off this one, obviously, else that would conflict, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we are currently arriving here, where we're realizing that the station is no longer too hot. And here I'm saying the pressure in the cooling system. Maybe we should take a look at the pressure in the cooling system. Is that something that we actually do know? 0. But in here, oh, pressure none. Oh, what am I saying? It did work. There was no programming error. I thought there was still gas in here. I just don't know why it cooled down so much further. Maybe that was because the gas in the pipe, the less gas is in the pipe, the faster it can cool down. But also the less it can touch our station, so to speak. So when this is being pumped empty, which takes a few seconds, the gas in there will nosedive temperature-wise, and so I'm pumping into the station straightforward gas that has been cooled down a lot, because I mean, it's after all the station gas I'm pumping in there. I'm not pumping from some kind of obscure extra canister with pure oxygen or something that I could reasonably do, you know? So how are we doing? 87 and so forth and counting, and it's slow as fuck because it is heating up by condensing. That's what it is. I think we have seen enough. We have seen how you program in principle, how you address devices, how you would affect a cooling system. This, by the way, is very strong on the moon if you use pipe radiators, if you use radiation radiators up there, because the environmental temperature on the moon is not infinitely zero. It's not 0 Kelvin. It is 50 Kelvin. So there's minus 200, minus 223.15, minus 220 degrees Celsius, man. And if you use radiators there in the vacuum, you will have a strong cooling. You don't need this many, definitely not. Also, there it's cold all the time, even during the day, because you're radiating into the vacuum. Yeah, that works. At least that's how I've experienced it so far. Alright, we have seen enough. This is the end of this episode, and so I can move on with my day, and so now you're rid of me. See you maybe again next time.